kakaiaka kako, and welcome to the this special WASSP committee meeting today. It's Thursday, September 4th, 2025. I'm Shane Sinensa, your committee chair, and it is 9:05. Mahalo, members, for your patience, and also mahalo for taking the time out to join us this morning. Just a friendly reminder for members of the public to silence all cell phones and any noise-making devices. Members, in accordance with the Sunshine Law, if you're not in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, or workspace with you today, and minors do not need to be identified. Also, please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. Let's begin with introductions. Joining us this morning in the chamber is Committee Vice Chair Johnson. Aloha kakayaka.
Aloha, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office, and I'm here and ready to work. Mahalo.
And mahalo, Vice Chair, for allowing us to use your monthly meeting space for this.
Yeah, well, this is a big bill with a lot of work to be done, so a full day is probably needed. So thank you for
mahalo for that.
For chairing
thank you.
It.
Also joining us in the chambers today is Member Cook. Aloha and good morning.
Aloha, good morning, Chair and all. There's currently no testifiers in the Key Regional Office, but we have people there, and I'm looking forward to the meeting. Thank you.
Mahalo for being here. Do I see Member Kama? Okay, we'll come back to her. Also joining us in the chambers this morning, we have Council Chair Alice Lee.
Aloha,
Aloha.
Chair, and I want to say welcome back to Deputy Corp Counsel Mimi Desjardins and her trip, well-deserved vacation to Fiji, where people greet each other by saying bula bula.
Bula bula. Thank you for that. Also joining us online is Council Member Tamara Paulton. Aloha and bula bula. Oh, wait.
Aloha.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Aloha kakahiaka and nisabula kako.
Okay, thanks for joining us. Also joining us online is Member Kiani Rollins Fernandez. Aloha kakaiaka.
Aloha kakahiaka kako. My Molokai nui ahina. I'm at my private residence alone, and there are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Welcome back, First Deputy. It looks like Member Paulton is alone at her kitchen table.
Yeah, that's what I forgot. I do have one minor canine with me right now, but she might have to go out because it's that time.
Okay.
Hi, Ipo.
You'll be excused for that. Also joining us, online members, is Council Member Nohelani Uuhajens. Aloha and good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Bula Bula. I'm at the Paia District Office with Buddy Almeida and Kainoa Shimizu. Currently, we have no testifiers, but we will be here all day if somebody chooses to testify. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo for joining us. Also joining us in the chambers is Member Yukile Sugimura. Aloha and bula bula.
Good morning. What is this? Good morning greeting. Bula bula.
Bula bula.
That sounds kind of cute. Came from Chair Lee. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to an interesting meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't forget anybody. And when Member Kama jumps on, we'll refer to her. From the Mayor's Office, today we have online Chief of Staff Cynthia Lalo. Also, I do see in the chambers Managing Director Josiah Nishita, as well as Managing Director Aaron Wade. And I believe Mr. Jackson will also be joining us later on today. I do see online Director Lori Suhako from the Department of Human Concerns. Aloha and good morning. And then we also have Deputy Director Paul Barony. Aloha. From the Maui Emergency Management Agency, we have Mr. Christopher Wagner. From the Maui Police Department, we have Captain Joy Medeiros and Lieutenant Jan Pontanilla. From the Department of Parks and Recreation, we have Director McCall, as well as Ms. Alameda. From the Department of Wavy Resources, we have Director Molitao. And then joining us on the floor this morning from Corporation Counsel, we have Ms. Mimi Desjardins and Adrian Reifsnyder. Welcome. Our committee staff helping us to conduct this meeting this morning, Ms. Griselda Paranata, Ms. Clarissa McDonald, Ms. Ellen McKinley, Ms. Tiare Del Castillo, Ms. Megan Moniz, Ms. Leigh Deneen, and Ms. Jean Pokipala. Welcome, everyone. Okay, members, let's get started. On today's agenda, we have one item, as Vice Chair Johnson has discussed, WASSP 13, Bill 111, 2024, establishing procedures for removal and storage of personal property in public places and a right to shelter. And again, I recognize Vice Chair Johnson. I know he and his staff has been working hard and trying to get everybody on board and working with the advocates going out into the community. So we appreciate you making this space for us to continue those discussions. Members, if there are no objections, I'd like to take testimony after receiving opening comments. I have a short presentation to discuss where we left off on Bill 111.
No objections.
Okay, great. Thank you. Members, the committee first considered Bill 111 last year. However, as noted in the committee report generated at the end of last year's council term, the committee received testimony from advocates and individuals who experience houselessness requesting that more time be had to review Bill 111. And since then, I understand community members as well as the administration have been able to meet on Bill 111, and it continues to be a working document. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss Bill 111 as agendized, which was done in accordance with the Sunshine Law, Section 92-7, Hawaii Revised Statutes. And members, houselessness continues to be a complex issue that requires a multifaceted approach, and Bill 111 is just one aspect in that overall effort. And so I kindly ask that everyone keep this in mind during our testimonies and in our discussions for today. If we cannot conclude today by 4:30, we can recess the meeting to tomorrow morning. And we can also plan to, if need be, a lunch break at noon. Yeah. At this time, I'll provide a recap on Bill 111. So staff, can you put up the presentation, please? Wait, mine is not showing up. Do we have a copy? Sorry. One moment, members.
I see the presentation on my screen.
That one. Okay.
Chair, do we need a recess?
No, we can. Okay, members, we'll begin. I prepared this presentation to provide a recap on Bill 111, and I'll just review the previous committee meetings, including the agreed upon amendments and revisits to ensure that we're all on the same page. And this is just for context, yeah, members. Next slide, please. As a quick refresher, Bill 111's purpose is to establish procedures for the compassionate removal and storage of personal property in public places. And two, to recognize a human right to shelter, including offering access to services to stabilize one's life and transition into supportive or permanent housing. Next slide, please. The WASSP committee met 3 times, including twice in the prior term. During our first meeting on October 24, 2024, we discussed the managing director's proposed revisions, and we agreed on several amendments and revisits. We then rescheduled Bill 111 for December 2nd, and that time we heard from advocates and individuals who have experienced houselessness, requesting more time to review the bill. They wanted to ensure the managing director's proposed amendments did not change Bill 111's protective measures for those affected by encampment removals. And to provide more time, we deferred that item. The third meeting on Bill 111 was held on March 24th, 2025, to keep it in our committee because of Rule 15A, Rules of the Council, which provides if a bill or resolution is not scheduled within 90 days of referral to a standing committee, it would automatically be referred to the committee chaired by the introducing council member. And so the bill was posted for no legislative action as more time was needed to continue meeting with community members and with the administration. Next slide, please. During
Chair,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt the presentation, but as I'm looking through it, there are going to be some of these that are not in the amended version. So I don't want to confuse the members. There's some of this stuff that is not in the amended ASF that I have.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. During our October 24th, 2024 meeting, the committee reviewed amendments proposed through correspondence dated October 22nd, 2024 from the managing director. And that is uploaded onto Granicus under number 11. And the next few slides will go over the managing director's proposed amendments we agreed upon by consensus. Sorry, Councilmember Johnson, you're saying that some of these amendments were removed in
Can we take a quick recess and then I can explain
It
it?
should be real quick, and then we can.
Okay.
Yeah, then we'll take a break. Next slide, please. Starting at the beginning of the bill, the first consensus item that we had was the bill's title, and the committee agreed to replace in public places from encampments. Because the bill is specific to encampments, not storage or personal property generally, we agreed a narrower title would be more appropriate. And again, members, this is just an update on where we've been. And so the bill coming to the WASSP committee, I felt like, as a responsible chair, I should keep you guys updated on the process and what the work that we did in the last
Thank you.
8 months.
Thank
So if you can bear with me, it should be fast. We also agreed to add to a reasonable extent to the end of goals number 1 and number 3 to provide flexibility for the county to assist in these efforts. Next slide, please. In subsection 9.37.040A, the committee agreed to delete the language if the police chief or fire chief determines a need to do so and informs the mayor, managing director, or director of human concerns. So this amendment allows the county to remove impediments without, if needed. And so everyone agreed to this because mandating that the police chief or fire chief be the only ones to identify every impediment could stifle the county's ability to respond and assess situations in a timely manner. In 9.37.040B, the amendments in subsection B clarified that if personal property is relocated, notice must be posted at the removal site. Next slide, please. In subsection 9.37.050, when the county posts an initial notice that an encampment is subject to removal, we agreed to add the following condition: the date, time, and location of an informational meeting to be held in accordance with subsection D. In subsection 9.37050D, because of the informational meeting described in subsection A, the committee agreed to require the informational meeting take place at the site at least 4 calendar days before the removal. Next slide, please. In subsection 3.37050G, to prevent unnecessary administrative burden, we decided photos of notices should be made available upon request instead of requiring them to be uploaded onto the county website. In subsection 9.37.080A, the committee agreed that necessary county personnel, contractors, outreach providers, and other required personnel should be available during encampment removal and cleanup instead of mandating them to be present at the start. Next slide, please. In subsection 9.37.090B, the committee agreed to add a telephone number to call for information about retrieving property to subsection 4, including a telephone number on post-encampment notices as agreeable by everyone. In subsection 9.37.090C, the committee agreed to give the agency that organized the cleanup 5 instead of 2 business days after the cleanup to send electronic documentation of the cleanup to the Department of Human Concerns and to the mayor. Next slide, please. Subsection 9.37.100A and C, following a proposed amendment during the meeting, the committee agreed it was reasonable to have personal property stored on the same island as the owner and that it be accessible by means of public transportation. Subsection C of 9.37.110 was changed to reflect this agreement by adding or a separate accessible location designated by the county. And in subsection 3.37.110D, finally, the committee agreed to delete the proposed section requiring a property storage or recovery fee. The administration didn't foresee them imposing a fee for this, so there was no need to grant county authority to establish a storage fee for personal property. Next slide, please. Okay, members, if you did go on Granicus or on the agenda, you did see the first ASF, and the first ASF had all of those proposed amendments in that first CD1 after the original. Number 3 on the agenda is the remaining revisits, and this was revisits that we brought up during that October meeting, but we didn't get to discuss further. And I can quickly go through them. There might be a couple again, that Member Johnson had addressed in his ASF.
Chair,
Yes.
can you reference what Granicus numbers you're talking about for the proposed ASFs, I guess?
Was that 37 and 38? Is that?
It's 36 and 37.
Sorry, 36 and 37. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we agreed to revisit some proposed amendments to three definitions under proposed section 9.37.030. One of them was the encampment definition, and we agreed to revisit replacing one with 5 or more tents. We discussed if one tent was considered an encampment and whether it would be reasonably trigger a county action. For the pu'uhonua definition, the committee considered whether either pu'uhonua or kauhale were appropriate terms to use. In November 2024, the committee asked the Department of Oiwi Resources input, and they said to utilize the word kauhale. And that kauhale were a group of houses comprising a Hawaiian home formerly consisting of men's eating house, women's eating house, sleeping house, cookhouse, and canoe house. Next slide, please. The next revisit, subsection 9.37.040B. The proposed amendment would change the original from where any removed property will be stored, how it may be claimed, and the duration of storage before final disposition, to how any removed personal property may be claimed, including a telephone number to call and the duration of storage before final disposition. When personal property is relocated and notice is posted, the proposed change would require the notice to include information as how to reclaim removed property instead of stating where it's stored. That was the discussion. Next slide, please. In proposed subsection 9.37.050A, the committee agreed to revisit this proposed amendment because of the earlier discussion on whether notices would include the storage location of personal property. And in subsection 3 is deleted. The initial notice will not be required to include where the personal property will be stored. In proposed subsection 9.37.050C, we also did not reach consensus on how many days an initial notice must be posted before the encampment removal starts. The proposed amendment would replace 45 days with 14 days and remove the requirement to post at least 50 days before the encampment removal is projected to end. Next slide, please. We just got a couple more here, members. In proposed subsection 9.37.050E, we agreed to revisit this amendment because it deletes the requirement that initial and final notices must be printed in Hawaiian English, Chakese, Tagalog, Ilocano, Spanish, and any other language that would further the notice's purpose. Instead, it would require that translated notices be provided upon request. In subsection 9.37.070A, this proposed change would require outreach providers contracted with the county to be notified of every scheduled encampment removal within 1 business day of the initial notice posting, instead of requiring their presence at every removal. Next slide, please. In proposed subsection 9.37.070B, the first edit would replace every effort with a reasonable effort to ensure at least one female police officer responds if a woman or girl is present during an encampment removal. And the second edit replaces majority of responding to at least one police officer certified in crisis intervention team training. Maui Police Department advised that this change would be helpful from staffing perspective so they could effectively assist the county in these efforts. In subsection 9.37.080F, this revisited amendment would delete the first half of the subsection and add language to allow vehicles tagged leading to the cleanup to be treated as abandoned or derelict and remove under the listed Maui County Code provisions. This would also remove the requirement that the county must help to tow inoperable vehicles that are considered primary shelters. And on to the last slide, please. Finally, members, subsection 9.37.090B, the proposed amendment deletes subsection 3, where any personal property is being stored by the county. The post-encampment notice wouldn't need to enumerate where the personal property is being stored. And because there wasn't consensus on whether this should be included in the other notices, we agreed to revisit this item. And in subsection 9.37.100, for subsection B, instead of maintaining a log that itemizes everything removed from an encampment, the process would involve documenting groups of items by owner or the specific location they were collected from. And finally, for subsection C, the proposal is personal property that is not claimed after 30 days instead of 90 days after being stored could be discarded or donated by the county. And thank you, members. That was just an update on that October meeting that we had.
So Chair, I wanted to bring up you're going to do testimony, right?
Yeah, we'll probably, yeah.
So before we get into testimony, the ASF that we'll be working on, I think it's number 38 in Granicus, or maybe staff can tell us the actual number.
Yes, it's 38.
So just to clarify that a lot of these things that were in the presentation, we incorporated, we worked on all those things. So I don't want to confuse the members, you know what I mean? So ASF number 38 is the one we'll be working on. So I didn't mean to jump in, Chair. I just want to get.
Oh, no, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, for that addition. Okay, at this time, before we go, okay, members, before we go to testimony, does Corporation Counsel, you have any opening remarks? I don't know if you wanted to address the Sonia Davis case.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members. I just wanted to provide a brief update since the last time we spoke about the Davis v. Bisson decision, and to let you know in the last 3 interventions that the administration conducted, there were procedures in place that comply with that law. In other words, the notice that was required by that decision was established. There was an informational meeting where folks were given an opportunity to be heard and voice their concerns 5 days prior to the intervention. There is a system in place for the storage of personal property. That storage is for a minimum of 30 days. However, I can tell you that after the Amala Place intervention, that storage was actually extended because there were some issues for folks who were trying to get their belongings back. And so that has been extended another 30 days. So just wanted to let you know that as far as the administration was concerned, our department has been working with them to make sure they're compliant with the law. And there is a vendor, there was a vendor off island that was being used. They weren't able to locate somebody on island, but it appears that there may be somebody on island who can take this work over. That would be preferable, obviously. But I just wanted to let you know that that was in the making. Thank you.
We have a clarifying question for you from Chair Lee.
Ms. Desjardins, so you found a person to possibly take this over. You're talking about a nonprofit or something? Or agency?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, and then we can get into this during deliberation. That is a vendor who, there was an RFP that was written, I believe, and Ms. Crozier can probably answer that better, who is in charge of the storage with the county's assistance in helping people retrieve their belongings. But when we get into the deliberation process, I can definitely give you more detail on it.
Okay, that's only having to do with the storage. Yep, thanks.
Okay. And then I'll refer, was there anyone from the administration that wanted to provide some opening comments at this time before testimony? And we can always have a more robust discussion after testimony. Okay. Let's begin with public testimony then, members. Oral testimony via phone or video conference will be accepted. Testifiers wanting to provide video or audio testimony should sign up in the chamber, join the online meeting via the Teams link, or call in to the phone number noted on today's agenda. For individuals wishing to testify via Teams, please raise your hand by clicking on the Raise Your Hand button. And for those calling in, please follow the prompts via phone, *5 to raise and lower your hand, and *6 to mute and unmute. Staff will add names to the earlier list into the testifier list in the order testifiers sign up or raise their hands in. And for those on Teams, staff will lower your hand once your name is added. Staff will then enable your microphone and video and call the name you're logged in under or the last 4 digits of your phone number when it's your time to testify. Written testimony is encouraged and can be submitted via the e-comment link at mauicounty.us/agendas. Oral testimony is limited to 3 minutes and will be accepted prior to the committee's deliberation on the single item on the agenda. If you're still testifying beyond that time, I'll kindly ask you to complete your testimony and check if any members have any questions for your testimony. Please ensure your name appears in Microsoft Teams as the name you prefer to be referred to, or as anonymous if you wish to testify anonymously. If you're in person, please notify staff that you would like to testify anonymously. Otherwise, please state your name for the record at the beginning of your testimony. Once you're done testifying, and if you do not wish to testify, you can always view the meeting on Akaku Channel 53, Facebook Live, or mauicounty.us/agendas. Again, thank you for your cooperation in advance, and we'll be maintaining decorum at all times. Committee members, I'll now proceed with oral testimony, and we'll do our best to take each person up in an orderly fashion. Staff, could you please call the first testifier?
Chair, the first testifier signed up is Janice Hill, to be followed by Julie Cheknita.
Good morning.
Aloha kakayaka and bula. My name is Janice Hill. I'm testifying in favor of amendments to Bill 111 to make procedures for compassionate relocation better. A few years ago, PBS had a program about the houseless in Honolulu. I watched a family of 3 try to relocate from downtown, and I watched the policeman throw a tricycle, a brand new tricycle gifted to their 3-year-old daughter, throw it right into the dumpster because there was no place to put their stuff. We need kama'aina prosperity for locals and humanity for all, not sweet deals for home developers, luxury home developers. In 1987, when my 2 daughters' dad left us, I really had to scramble to pay the full mortgage on our small home. I got very helpful advice from Women Helping Women about how to make a plan. I was a full-time teacher, but I got 2 more jobs just to make ends meet. That left, of course, latchkey children. There are many, many reasons for houselessness. We must kokua all who request help. I see, and I remember when Judge Bisson or Mayor Bisson was saying that we could use some of the empty strip mall stores, not just for storing their stuff, but maybe even figuring out some plumbing and some short-term housing. We've got Sears, we've got the old Borders, we've got the old Sports Authority, and the old Kahlui Safeway. And these at least could store some of the belongings of these people. We need to do better. And what good is government when this is still a problem? Housing should be a right, not a privilege. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Ms. Hill. We have a question for you from Vice Chair Johnson.
Ms. Hill, thank you for your powerful testimony. Do you have that in writing? You could submit it to us?
I just kind of, it's chicken scratch right now, but I'll get something to you.
That was very valuable chicken scratch. Thank you. So much.
Thank you. Mahalo.
Any other questions for Ms. Hill? Seeing none, mahalo for your testimony. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Julie Cheknita, to be followed by Mitchell Tipton.
Aloha, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I was going to submit a written testimony, but I woke up this morning really feeling called to come and speak on behalf of the people that I've been servicing. A group of friends and I have been providing food to some of the encampments that have been swept in the past few months and have seen firsthand the impact it's had on an already traumatized and vulnerable population. I've seen the decline in mental health, in just the spirits of these people. And I know the public opinion on houseless is that they're all drug addicts and that they're, they don't want help, but that is so far from the truth. These people do want help. These people do have so much to offer. And I think it's time that we come, so many of us with so many resources, to stand up for these people, to help our community, because with the cost of living in this state, many of us are a few life disasters away from also being on the street with them. So I think it's time we do better. The truth is there's not enough space in the shelters to house all these people who are without shelter. Many of them don't fit in to the shelter standards, they don't have IDs, they don't have the documents necessary to get in. So I would like to see these barriers be looked at, and to see that many people want help, but there's not enough support for them. So I think that it's time that we do better. I think that there needs to be an adequate amount of notice before these sweeps happen. And the language sweeps also I have a problem with. Sweeps are for trash, not for humans. So I think it's time that we really revisit a lot of these things. This bill is a great start, but I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. I think that trauma-informed people need the police officers, things I've witnessed, the lack of compassion, the lack of heart that I've seen. I can't even speak on it because I will start crying. It's horrible. People who are involved in these sweeps need better training. We need more support. Family Life Center is the one contracted to help these people, but I've seen so many people turned away. There's not enough space. Families want to be together. People want to be with their community. These camps are communities. They're people who support each other, and tearing them apart and sending them scrambling out, such a waste of resources. Where are they going to go? They're not going to disappear. They're human. They're here. They need somewhere to go. There needs to be safe spaces for people to go, whether it's safe parking spaces. There's so much land on this island, we can do better. I had a whole written testimony, which I will submit in writing, but right now my heart is just taking over, and I really ask that you guys, when you make amendments to this bill, you think bigger rather than little things like language. Think of the people. Thank you.
Mahalo, Ms. Julie. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Staff.
Chair, the next testifier is Mitchell Tipton, to be followed by Laura McClellan.
All right. Aloha, everyone. My name is Mitchell Tipton, and I'm testifying in support for Bill 111 and the amendments. For me, it is about humanity. We all know what it feels like to be kicked when we're down, and it's not good. And we continue to do it to our most vulnerable communities that need our love and support the most. We are only as strong as the ones that get left behind. This is a continued responsibility. It doesn't stop with this, but as previous testifier said, this is a step in the right direction. Community is here to support this. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Mahalo, Mr. Tipton, for your testimony. Members, any questions for Mr. Tipton? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Next testifier.
The next testifier is Laura McClellan, to be followed by Kelsey Mappa.
Aloha and good morning.
Morning.
I'm discouraged, frustrated. I wish I were not here to be addressing a sweep bill, but instead to be commending you for putting resources into helping the unhoused community. As you've heard, a lot of people are slipping through the cracks. The recommendations report talks about root causes of rising housing costs, low affordable housing availability, and income inequality, which all need to be seriously addressed in our county and in our state. Mahalo to Councilor Johnson for the latest update with input from the unhoused community and advocates. That's exactly what's needed in order to do this humanely if it needs to be done, but realizing that, you're also concerned about public safety. It was very confusing to me this morning as to which amended bill you were discussing, and so my comments are referred to the last attachment with the agenda, which was the latest amendment bill, I believe, that was put out, at least online. It was dated August 29th. And so I just want to address those. And one of them was addressed this morning already, the definition of encampment. I saw in there where it was defined as one tent, which is not an encampment. That could be an individual. And so defining it as at least 5 tents is useful because that is more of an encampment. The outreach provider definition to me was still a little disturbing because I have a lot of friends in this room who have really gone all out during the past few months in providing help to the unhoused communities and encampments that have been swept. And according to that definition, they are not included unless the person who's being swept mentions to include them. And so I would like to see that definition broadened. The final amendment that I want to comment on is 9.37.060. It may have been .050 at one point, but it's identifying and providing alternative shelter before removing encampments. It seems that that definition says you have to provide a viable option for shelter from the date that the encampment removal is posted until the encampment removal is completed. And after that, you don't have to provide anything. I would like to see that expanded, because that, to me, just creates more disruption and trauma in an individual's life if they have to move once and then find another place to move to. So mahalo for your efforts so far. And again, I hope the next time I'm here, I'm commending you for resources put towards addressing the unhoused. Thank you.
Mahalo for your testimony, Ms. McLeland. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Staff?
The next testifier is Kelsey Mapa, to be followed by Kalia Kapisi.
Aloha. Thank you guys for bringing this bill. I'm testifying today in support of Bill 111 and the amendments. My name is Kelsey Mapa, and as a community member, my heart breaks every few months as I watch my unhoused neighbors who already endure so much hardship just to survive get dehumanized and swept away like trash. Last year, a friend asked me to attend the Kahului Harbor Sweep as a legal observer. It was my first time, and it definitely opened my eyes. I think if you guys ever have the opportunity, I know you're very busy, but to go to one of these and to see what happens, it's really important that we all witness that. And it can really help us to develop compassion. The morning of the sweep, one of the men living in the harbor died by suicide. He was unable to deal with the stress of having to move again. He left behind a family who loved him and who, through their grief, had to pack their things that day with no place to go. How we treat our most vulnerable says a lot about our character and who we are as a community. The way we currently treat our unhoused community members is absolutely unacceptable and immoral, and we must do better. As I was thinking about this bill on the way down here today, I was thinking about any counter arguments, like who could vote against something like this? And the only thing that came to mind was the economic cost. Like maybe it's too expensive to provide these things or to provide shelter. And what's really sad to me is that we have the resources in our community. We live in the richest country in the world. We have very wealthy people here in the state of Hawaii and especially on Maui who pay taxes, who want to live in safe communities. And we spend it on things that don't contribute to solutions. And I know this is out of your power, but what came to my mind was the fact that we in Kahului, just the town of Kahului, has sent $1,365,456 to funding genocide since October 2023. That could provide 856 households with 1 month of rent. Like, our resources are allocated in ways that are not building a better world. And I know that specific example is not in your guys' jurisdiction, but I hope that we are looking for ways to better spend our resources and that we're all fighting things like that. Like, our federal government should not be taking our money to fund these things. They should be giving it back to us to fund housing for our own community members. And so I just want to point out that it's all connected and that I hope we can look for real solutions. I'm grateful for you guys for taking this step to work towards those solutions. And I hope that we can build a community of care and compassion. Thank you.
Mahalo, Ms. Mapa, for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Mapa? Seeing none. Thank you again. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Kalia Kapisi, to be followed by Lisa Darcy.
Aloha, my name is Kalia Kapisi. I'm testifying in favor of the amendments that require the county to give 45 days notice before the sweeps and also provide somewhere for these unhoused people to go that is sufficient shelter. As someone who was born and raised here on Maui, I am confused why we are putting so much resources into removing these people, but also why are we treating people this way at all? Something that came to my mind as we were driving down here, we have the military who get access to land here in Hawaii for pennies on the dollar. Our land and water gets polluted, bombed, and becomes unlivable. The biggest example, Ko'olave, an entire island we cannot use because of the military and their mistreatment of the land. That was not done by our unhoused neighbors. Why is it possible for the military to have this privilege and not our own people in Kanaka, many of which were born into the unhoused population? I think the people who are not in favor of these amendments and this bill are not only soulless, but also forget or do not recognize how easily they could become unhoused and put on the receiving end of these bills. These people are just trying to live and survive in an environment ruled by a government that constantly puts profits over people. Please allow your conscience to be clear and pass these amendments and this bill. Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Kapisi, for your testimony. Members, any questions for our testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Staff.
Chair, the next testifier is Lisa Darcy, to be followed by Stitch.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Council. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Lisa Darcy. I'm the founder of Share Your Mana. And whether you know it or not, I think today is one of the most important days in maybe the last 10 years, because I started following all this and really being very deeply involved in 2016 when the Arakawa administration went ahead and was moving the sit-lie laws forward. And a lot of what you're doing here today is really Councilmember King and Councilmember Johnson really championing these pieces of information. I do not have the ability in 3 minutes to go over all of the really important and valuable information that's necessary to make any comments. I haven't even actually read, because I didn't even see this until Tuesday. I haven't even looked at the amendments. What I am here to say is that it's very clear to me that every resident and everybody who lives on Maui needs the same protections whether they're housed or not. And so everything and all the work that the Share Your Mana Advisory Committee has done over the last 10 years, and really actually probably 20 years, has been based on equality. And so I would love to have Corp Council come out with me every single time and really witness what is happening to people who are unhoused so that they can actually experience it, or maybe even live side by side with some people for a while like I have, and to actually see that they are not being afforded the same rights and responsibilities, nor are they receiving compassion or even just being a human being. That said, I did hear Attorney Desjardins indicate that procedures were in place and that there was a community meeting, there was a storage procedure. I have to tell you, the community meeting was not, there was no discourse. It was, this is what's going to happen, good luck, okay? That was the community meeting. There was no opportunity to have anything changed, to have any input. It was simply, we're here in the hot sun, and we're telling you what's going to happen. Okay, that's not a community meeting. So A, I think you need to review that. B is the process by which people are to, this has nothing to do with the testimony that I wrote, by the way. The process by which people are to regain their property. This laminated card was stuck on the side of the fence where their belongings were taken, where they were told if they were returned or they would be there, they would be arrested. So how many people are going to grab a bus or walk on down to a Mala Place and go read this? They didn't even know it was there. I had to send this and go and show people this. This is the process the county put in place. The other piece that's really fascinating, and I think the county thinks that this is such a great process, is that it's taken probably 30 to 40 calls, texts, and emails to get one person's property back. And they only were able to do that because Share Your Mana used their phone, Share Your Mana showed up, Share Your Mana actually purchased a storage space for them, Share Your Mana helped, did pretty much all of that for them. The phone tagging that goes back and forth, and if you don't have a phone, you can't get your property back. So do not sit there and act like any of this is acceptable. Do not for 1 minute regard your conscience as going, wow, this doesn't make sense. I have been trying to educate this community for so many years, and I'm here to protect your conscience and the soul of Maui. Okay? I'm not here to complain. So thank you for that. I am appreciative of the extra time. Thank you, Buzzer.
Go ahead, Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Darcy, you mentioned the amendments and the amended bill. So just to clarify, because we're not in discussion yet, just clarify.
Yes.
It's number 38 on Granicus. We're going to be using the August 29th version of the amended bill. So that way it allows you time to see what we'll actually be discussing. I just wanted to clarify that for you.
Well, to clarify that, myself and the advisory committee need a minimum of a week to 2 weeks because I have to help people get bus passes. I have to help people get food for that day. I have to help people get to a location where they can sit and discuss this. So while everyone sits in air-conditioned offices and drives in and out of their jobs, the people who you are affecting, the people that are being harmed by this need about 2 weeks minimum to get to this conversation. And we can't sit in here in a comfy little place with a nice little working water fountain and think that you're going to get actual intelligent information in this capacity. So thank you for bringing that up. I really appreciate it. And thank you for never letting go of this, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Darcy? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
I can't believe you see none all the time. One day, see a question for me, please. I know, but that was like a statement. It wasn't quite a question, but thank you.
Staff.
Chair, the next testifier is Stitch, to be followed by Primo.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to say mahalo to Councilmember Johnson for giving us that young man, Axel, to work with us on this. I wasn't alerted to this happening till yesterday, so I'm really kind of unprepared. But I'm going to reiterate on something that I said before. If you would just set aside a little piece of land for these people to legally camp on, we wouldn't be here discussing sweeps. Just give them a piece of land, throw a couple porta potties out there, police it like you would police any other public area, and encourage them and work with them to get back on their feet again. Fortunately for myself and my friend, we have found a piece of privately owned property where they let us camp in exchange for keeping the fire danger down and keeping the other homeless people out of there because they're afraid people are going to come in there and start fires and whatnot. But even at that, I'm sure it's not zoned for camping. And so it's just a matter of time before the authorities are probably going to come down on us too. So again, I would encourage the government or whoever makes the decision to please put some place for these people to go and camp legally. Thank you.
Mahalo, Stitch, for your testimony. Any questions for Stitch at this time? Seeing none, thanks for joining us. Staff.
The next testifier is Primo, to be followed by Alyssa Evans.
Okay, can you call the next testifier?
The next testifier is Alyssa Evans, to be followed by Faith Chase.
Is she online?
Yeah.
Oh. Morning, Miss Evans. Oh, there she is.
Hi, sorry. Sorry, a little bit connectivity issues. Hi, good morning. I'm going to actually read some testimony on behalf of Nicole Huguenin, the Executive Director of Rapid Response this morning. So aloha, good morning. For 2 years, community partners like us, service providers and county staff, including the mayor's office, worked together to shape amendments to Bill 111. These amendments are not optional extras. They are linchpins that keep this bill from becoming just another sweep policy. Shelter preconditions: no one is removed unless there is safe, appropriate shelter or an alternative available. Cultural safeguards, Native Hawaiian consultation, and multilingual notices because Hawaiians are disproportionately impacted. Transparency, public reporting so those impacted and their community know who is displaced, what's offered, and what's destroyed. Last night, the mayor's office walked away from these efforts, saying they need flexibility. But let's be clear, flexibility means sweeping people with nowhere to go. Flexibility means ignoring Hawaiian voices on Hawaiiana. Flexibility means repeating the same failed cycle we've already seen and resulted in a lawsuit. That is not flexibility, that is harm. The mayor's statement says sweeps will be balanced by outreach. But in October 2024, Family Life Center testified that they do not provide outreach before or after sweeps and will not be connected to enforcement. Despite that, the county continues to list FLC as the main outreach provider and has not updated their long-term contract. So who is really doing the outreach? Where is the accountability? This contradiction makes the mayor's proposal confusing at best and misleading at worst. And I have some proof here from recent sweeps. Amala Place in 2025, people who asked for shelter were given options that didn't fit. A kapuna with a dog was offered only a top bunk in a crowded shelter, an impossible choice. They and others were pushed deeper into the bush, and now the county blames them for fire danger, when in fact the sweep itself created the danger by not having adequate shelter options or working collaboratively with others like the state, where rooms were available at the former Hagai Institute. At Ukumehame, longtime residents were displaced without alternatives on Aina with deep cultural meaning. The sweep ignored Kuleana and Aloha Aina, replacing them with police and bulldozers. In fact, the first announcement to residents for this relocation included the burnt down Lahaina shelter and phone number. If they can't update flyers, how can they be trusted with harm reduction and dignity? These sweeps destabilized lives, wasted resources, and harmed Hawaiian. Exactly what we warned would happen without clear safeguards. The evidence is already in hand. The Eco Northwest study and recent trainers that DHC brought in, both of which this county paid for, could not be clearer. Enforcement first approaches cost more and solve nothing. Real progress comes from shelter coordination and cultural grounding. Our request is that Bill 111 can only work with the linchpin amendments intact. Without them, it's a new name for old sweeps. We urge you to reject the mayor's call for flexibility, pass Bill 111 only with the shelter precondition, cultural safeguards, and transparency amendments we worked 2 years to craft together. Mario already has the evidence, the recommendations, and the community buildings. Thank you.
Mahalo, Ms. Evans, for your testimony. Members, any questions for Ms. Evans? Thank you for your testimony.
Chair, the next testifier is Faith Chase, to be followed by Stacy Alapai.
Morning, Ms. Chase.
Aloha. Thank you for bringing it this far. I have some changes or some things that probably need to get addressed. And maybe if somebody can clarify about the first reading. Is this first reading? Second? Okay, so the committee may consider whether to recommend the passage of Bill 111 on first reading. Okay, so potentially it could have a second reading in this committee. Is that right? No? Okay. All right, well then, so the changes need to be made here today, if there are. Okay, so first of all, I went to the Hawaii State Supreme Court, hearing with Davis and Lau, and that was really exciting. And I'm pretty clear that posting where stuff is going to be is not following the Hawaii State Supreme Court ruling. You need to actually say, how's it? What's your name? Here's a list of all your items. Here's where they're going to be. Here's where you can access them. So that needs to be corrected. There's some part, this is really, like, that's a lot of red, so I can't, forgive me. I was listening on the way in, but the part where you said agencies shall be at site to offer accommodation services, that needs to be changed to must, not shall. I mean, shall, not must, not shall. Must, not shall, please. Because there's a history, right? There's this tit for tat, like, oh, they were there, they came, they gave services. No, they didn't. I've been down there many, many times. They say they are, maybe they drive by, they don't want to get out of their car. I mean, no offense to all those faith-based organizations that year after year get the line item budget, but like, it's not happening. So that should be must, not shall. The off-island subcontractor to help come and move things off the property, is it HTM or something like that, the acronym? I'm really concerned about that because those individuals who are coming from Oahu, what it does is, I'm not sure what the clinical term is, but these are individuals a lot of them are individuals who suffered barriers to employment because of rehabilitation or incarceration or justice involved. And so a lot of them have experienced houselessness themselves. And so now you're bringing a whole population from another island, Oahu, because I know these individuals on that one sweep that were wearing the shirts, the one compassionate relocation, that were wearing those shirts and they were helping to store, move all those things, either to throw them away or supposedly storage. And that's just salt in the wound. That's twisting the knife. It's uncomfortable, but just because you go bring other brothers and sisters from another island, so then it doesn't hurt as much. Like, honestly, that's just not, I don't care about that off-island subcontractor. Something's better got to be done about that. I totally don't agree with that. I just want you to review the DOT, Bureau of Indian Affairs ruling that is supposed to be going into place soon, where you need to give, if anything's going to happen on any kind of action project plans on a Department of Transportation property or whatever, they have to do a community meeting where they are given 60 days notice. And so if it's not county, but it's like a state property, that's something you guys should be aware of. I don't know if any researchers or administrative assistants have seen that. And I echo Stitch about the INA. I mean, I've been gone for 2 years, and while I'm proud that this is still a conversation, I can't believe that there's no INA been indicated for people to be safe.
That's all. Ms. Chase.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you. We have a question for you, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Chase. Long time no see.
How's it?
I just wanted to clarify, you said that there was an Oahu-based subcontractor that came to Maui to assist with the relocation. Was that this last incident in Ukumehame, or was this a different time?
I believe it was almost a year and a half ago, maybe a year ago, and it was down at the harbor, Kahului Harbor. And okay. It was hard to follow because I was off island, but I remember seeing distinctly seeing the T-shirts of the company. And I know that they're Oahu based. And I know how their workforce development program works, so.
Got it, okay. Mahalo for that clarification. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay. Mahalo, Member Rollins Fernandez. We have another question for you from Charlie.
Hi, Faith. I was wondering about that Supreme Court case that you went to attend.
Yeah.
And did it cover other things besides the notice on where the storage was going to be?
They need to have access to it, and they need, all that information needs to be given at the time when their items are compassionately removed, for lack of a better.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair Lee. Seeing no more questions, mahalo for your testimony.
Mahalo.
Staff.
Chair, the next testifier is Stacey Alapai, to be followed by Melvin Johnson.
Aloha Council members. I'm here to support the amended versions of this bill. I'm not sure if you're using Chair Sinensi's version or Councilmember Johnson's version, but I support both of those versions. Without these amendments, I'm concerned that this bill could be punitive and further contribute to criminalizing being poor. And I think with all that's going on in the world, on this island, we as a community, as a county, have a kuleana to lead with compassion and care first. You can change the name of what this practice of moving people without their consent. You can call it a forced relocation. You can call it a compassionate relocation. You can call it a sweep. But the way it's still the same thing. It's treating these people like garbage, especially when you see PR from the county announcing this sweep without even acknowledging the human impact of what's happened, of the people who've committed suicide because of this push from our government. And you all are supposed to be public servants. The entire county, anybody, if you're an employee or an elected official, whatever, you take an oath as public servants to serve us, our people, and that includes these people who are really struggling right now. And watching the last couple of months of criminalizing and honestly terrorizing these people, it feels like government trying to push these people to the edge. And like that the purpose of it is to push them to suicide, to push them to drug or like worse things. And so it's you all as a body are complicit in this. Every person who dies on the street is a result of these kinds of policies. And it's frustrating to hear the public discourse about it, of every time that there's a fire anywhere close to a homeless encampment, they're just blamed for it. There's no investigation. There's this narrative that homeless people are starting all the fires, when last time I checked, the catastrophic fires from 2 years ago were not caused by homeless encampments. And so if this is the data that you're going to be using to make these decisions about public health and safety, I think you have to actually go in and see, have the fires increased in those areas or have they outreach being done? Because I believe on Holomua Road, the incidents have decreased since the outreach has been happening there. And so we pay for all of these studies. I hope that you listen to the studies that we use. Mahalo. I heard the bell.
Mahalo, Ms. Alapai, for your testimony this morning. We have a question for you from Member Sugimura.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Ms. Alapai. In your testimony, you referenced the fires of 2 years ago. What fires are you referencing?
The Lahaina and Kula fires.
Oh, so you're thinking that the hurricane, that the August 8th were caused by your hearing from homeless people? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm saying that's the narrative, that for fire mitigation is we have to sweep these people because to prevent fires, but the most catastrophic fire in our history was not caused by these people. So calling it fire mitigation is untrue and harmful.
Thank you.
We have another question for you from Member Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Alapai. I just wanted to clarify the report that that you mentioned in your testimony. That's the report that we got that was supposed to be a strategic plan. Is that the one?
I think so. It was
the Eco Northwest one.
Eco Northwest one, and then I don't know if it's the same umbrella, but there was also one about like the causes of homelessness, and it's mostly about housing availability and recommended redirecting the cost that was the money we spend on these sweeps to new shelters and actually helping these people. But yeah, Eco Northwest was the one I was referring to.
Oh, for both the ones that you just mentioned, it was both done by Eco Northwest?
I don't know if they both were, to be honest. It was a lot to read at last minute notice, trying to get caught up on this.
Okay.
I can find, if it wasn't Eco Northwest, I can send you an email.
Thank you.
We have a follow-up from Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Ms. Alapai. Mahalo for your testimony. So to clarify your reference to the fires in Lahaina and Upcountry, the purpose for you mentioning those fires was to use the trauma caused by that experience to justify some of these sweeps?
I think that the county either intentionally or unintentionally is weaponizing the trauma of those fires to sweep or relocate the homeless under the name of fire mitigation. It seems like a PR move, whether intentional or unintentional.
Mahalo, Ms. Alapai. Mahalo, Chair.
Hello, Member Rollins Fernandez. Any other questions for Ms. Alapai? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning.
Mahalo for hearing this.
Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Melvin Johnson, to be followed by Bart Evans.
How many testifiers do we have, Ms. Castillo? 4? Okay.
Sorry, gotta put on the glasses. Good morning, Council. Thank you for the time and to present testimony on this bill.
Morning.
I am Melvin Johnson Jr., and I provide testimony here today in opposition of this bill as my own opinion and experience in our communities. It is not a reflection of any of my employees, contractors, or clients on this. I'm providing testimony on issues in the bill alone, not on the issue of homelessness as a whole. I would like to firmly establish that I agree that there are points in this bill necessary towards the goal of getting help for people amongst our homeless populace that want to stop the cycle they are in and better themselves, as each individual person should do. But as a whole, this bill is flawed and should not be passed in its current form, including the recent amendments. I would also take a quick moment, please, to wholeheartedly thank you, the council, our county agencies, and their personnel for their hard work, efforts, and energy in addressing these important issues and working towards providing safe environments for all of Maui County. This bill recommends solutions and policies and procedures that does not take into consideration the already devastating effects in our communities by enabling poor life choices or actions and not enforcing existing laws and common sense standards of conduct that makes civilized communities flourish. I would like the council to also take strong consideration and follow compliance with President Trump's recently issued executive order on July 24th and safeguard our community from the potential loss of federal support necessary to programs that address the homelessness issues. These issues we face in our communities around the homeless community is complex and affects many different lives. It will take many different layers and actions towards solutions to heal and work towards resolution and homelessness. But policies and procedures outlined in this bill will set the current efforts from your own county agencies and partners back tremendously. I know many members of Maui County that are not accustomed to come forth and give their valuable opinions and testimony, but I would call on everyone. Please come forward and speak on our issues and weigh in so our county can be prosperous in the future. Thank you for your folks' time. I appreciate it greatly.
Mahalo, Mr. Johnson, for your testimony. We have a question for you from Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. No relation. Real quick, you said you opposed the bill. Did you oppose the bill with the amendments?
With amendments currently as well. I feel it's still a litigious for our community as a whole, the county in enacting any of these things as a whole. And I'm open to more conversation. I read the amendments.
Okay.
Thank you for that question.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions, members, for Mr. Johnson? We have one from Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Aloha, Mr. Johnson. Mahalo for your testimony this morning. I'm sorry, did you say you're with an organization?
I said I'm here alone, testifying on my own experience and opinion.
Okay, as an individual. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
got it. Mahalo for that clarification.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, mahalo. And then we have one more from Member Polton.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, the testifier. That's my question for the testifier. I wanted to clarify the points in the bill that you said were that you support and the points in the bill that you said you didn't support. Is that possible?
I'm open to conversation for that for sure, as I feel many of the community is. But I think as a whole, the bill is flawed at this current juncture, and I still think it needs much more work to make it happen in the community, just from my own experience of what I'm seeing out there. Thank you for the question.
Yeah. Thank you. I did hear that. I was wondering if you could cite the parts that you thought were flawed.
I could, but I think that's a long conversation that this is not the proper forum for that. I definitely would like to speak to any agency coming forward and maybe elaborate more.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo, Member Polton. We have another question for you from Member Cook.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Having reviewed this, do you have any suggestions of what the county could do constructively, broad strokes, to address some of the unhoused situation?
I mean, again, like I stated, it's a complex issue. There's going to be many layers in solutions coming forward for this. I know the past approach was housing first. One solution is not. There's so many different layers for us to go from where we're at in this current junction where nobody wants to be to the utopia everybody wants. There's the individual, that middle part is where we need to work on. I do think we're making valuable steps towards that. I just think there needs to be a lot more discourse among these organizations and the county and everyone as well, so that we can come together, not butt heads. We're all working towards one solution, and that is our community as a whole to get better. So, but just on this bill, just in dealing with this, as far as I see, the property issues and stuff like that, yes, we do want to help the people in these situations as much as we can that are seeking help. But at the same time, a lot of this enables some individuals that are not seeking help and giving just carte blanche to continue with these actions that they're doing. So I think we need to come back and still work on it more. And again, no disrespect to Councilmember Johnson's hard work that he's been trying to come on this issue, but I think there just still needs to be more work and more inclusion of other agencies and consideration on that. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Chair.
We have Chair Lee and then Vice Chair Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you seem to be knowledgeable about this topic, but how are you involved exactly?
Well, from my experience, and again, just speaking on my own, I have 25 years of former Maui Police Department. I've worked within the communities for that long.
I see.
I've handled many different operations within the department, and again, not representing them now, just saying that that's my experience in coming forth. And then I also have our company, Aegon, that is security in many different issues for the out in the community. And again, I'm not representing my organization as such today. I'm just coming forward with my experience of what I've worked through and experience out there, out on the streets, out in the community.
Vice Chair Johnson and then Member Sugimura.
Chair, I just want to clarify, you mentioned something that I forgot to ask you. You said that one of the Trump policies or Trump decrees?
The executive order, yes.
Executive
that was
orders?
issued on July 24th.
I'm not familiar with that. How would that help with this situation?
Well, I believe he added some issues inside there. And again, federal government is they do a broad stroke as far as that. But my goal with bringing that up was to make sure that we don't come against or are not in compliance with whatever is coming down, that we do lose potential federal aid, such as HUD, such as this, that, if they find us in non-compliance. So again, I'm not advocating that we carte blanche and wholeheartedly enforce. Yeah.
I'm not here to debate you on those
Yeah.
issues, Mr. Johnson.
No, I'm not
we are
looking for a
getting
debate.
sued left, right, and center in what we're doing presently. So
Yes.
this bill is trying to attempt to, fix that compassionately
Of
and
course.
not get the lawsuits. So.
I just was bringing up a point, maybe we not go against it, but thank you for the question, sir.
And I think to Vice Chair's point, there was a litigation, Supreme Court ruling that the county would have to store people's property. So I think that's one of the impetus of the bill. But I'll go to Member Sugimura.
Thank you. Nice seeing you.
Good seeing you.
Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
And I guess so when I was going to ask you about Trump's his actions in D.C. So that's what you're talking about. What we're seeing, the Trump administration and the National Guard coming forward to clear the homeless and his actions. Is that what you?
Not so much. I'm not making reference to that. Not so much the enforcement. I'm just saying that we be careful in our compliance with whatever we're putting forward, that we don't fall out of compliance and then lose federal support, such as HUD programs and stuff like that, that are instrumental for other organizations that trickle down to us that seek that type to help the homelessness community. Not specifically speaking towards, straight up enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Mahalo. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Bart Evans, to be followed by the Royal House of Hawaii.
Morning.
Morning. Aloha, Council Chair and Council members. My name is Bart Evans. Brief introduction. I've worked as a licensed social worker here on Maui for the last 35 years. I have quite a bit of experience in working with all types of people, including our homeless population. I'd also like to just say out loud that my thoughts and prayers are with our victims and survivors of the Lahaina and Upcountry fires. They've been in my thoughts daily since the occurrence of the fires. So regarding this bill, I don't know what all the amendments are. I kind of looked at it. So I would say I'm in support of the spirit. From what I've observed from being a service provider, this last sweep that was done a lot better than the previous one. But I also want you folks and anybody to know that the homeless issue, as you know, it's complex. There's layers. And, I work in mental health. The mental health resources here are poor at best. We pump a lot of money into these programs. There's very little accountability. I have a vision. I can still dream that we could all work together, like Mr. Johnson just said, and come up with a plan that works and there's accountability. Not only fiscally, but you do what you're paid to do when you sign these contracts. Homelessness, we have to start talking about race, it seems. I'm Haole. I'm originally from the mainland. I moved here when I was 17 years old. I love this Aina. I care deeply about this community. So yes, we have to have open conversations. It's not just the Haoles. It's not, they're all drug addicts. They're not all drunks. I worked with families where both parents are working. They have 5 kids. Sell the place, got to move. They need to come up with, this is pre-fire, 10 grand, let's say. A lot of people don't have that kind of money. And so to ask them to find housing, they struggle. So the kids were coming to school. They were good parents. They were staying down at Kanaha in a tent. The roaches got into the kid's backpack. He gets bullied at school because of that. So we need to be compassionate people. So they're not all just one type. Local people, Haole people, we need to increase other services, mental health, substance abuse, case management. And we need to have affordable housing for our people of Maui. It's an economic issue. it's scary what's going to happen. We've created a socioeconomic condition where our middle class is disappearing. There's going to be more homeless people. There'll be working people. This is our families, our friends, our community.
Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Members, any questions for Mr. Evans? We have one from Member Bolton.
Yes, good morning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for your testimony and your service. I just wanted to clarify what you were saying. I mean, it does seem obvious we need more mental health resources, but then you also said that we need accountability. And I just wanted to clarify what that looks like to you, the fiscal accountability as well as the other accountability.
So I'm talking about, there's a lot of good people that work in this community. Their heart is in the right place. I don't want to name names, but contracts are given to certain agencies. They sign the contracts, they take the money. I worked as a case manager once and a mental health organization. I went to the homeless encampments. So if you're going to take the money, you take the grant money, you're required to do certain, like meet with the client so many times. And it's difficult. It's difficult when people don't have phones, you know, I mean, but my point is that, so the fiscal accountability, yes, but also if you sign a contract and you're supposed to meet clients, say, you know, X amount of hours per month, that happens, and it's not happening. And because they're overwhelmed. And so to have like 50 people on your caseload and you're expected to go out and see them without phones, some of the places are dangerous. People don't want to go out there. But just more accountability with, once you accept grant money, you got to provide the service or at least make an effort, you know. I don't want to go into detail, but it's kind of like they do the best they can, but I give them like a 2 out of a 10 because it's not happening. And then the same people get the same money and they do the same services. So we're not making any improvements. We're just spinning our wheels. We need to come together as a community.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Follow Member Bolton. Mr. Evans, you got one more question from Member Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Evans, for your testimony, experience, and compassion. One of the things you said about accountability and accountability for the government, the agencies providing the services, and accountability for people who are unsheltered. One of the challenges, people have made a comment about public being overly judgmental about people being drug addicts and alcoholics and like that. One of my concerns, I'm the representative from Kihei, Kalama Park, I'm going to use that as an example. I don't see families there, homeless families, etc. I see a lot of middle to late aged men, various races, various things. I talk to people who are, have been afraid to go to the park, being hassled, seems to be drug and alcohol. From my family, from my friends, I completely can understand and feel the interconnection between mental health and substance abuse. They're very intermingled, and so can't be overly judgmental. But in this bill and the relocation and whatnot, do you have any, I'm trying to find out from myself, how do we differentiate the people who are, like you mentioned, kids going to school, they're working down and out, they need a hand, we want to help them. I want to help everybody. If we build places, I'm supportive of that. But how do we filter out the people who are simply not cooperating and they flew here, they're at the beach, they're partying, drinking, and they're not going to comply. Do you have any advice as a mental health practitioner?
Yeah, those are good questions. Thank you. And I am familiar with Kalama Park. If you walk through there in the evening, it can be quite scary. And that's not appropriate use of our parks. You know, those parks are for our kids and others. But so I see your point. No easy answers, but I will say there's always going to be that percentage of people that don't want to be helped. They're severely addicted. They're, you know, we can come up with labels. I don't like the label, but, you know, let's say unmotivated for change, okay? They weed themselves out because if you set up programs that have parameters, and by the way, like zero tolerance with drugs and alcohol, you'll capture about 20% because these people are going to drink, they're going to drug. But if you can monitor, you know, make it safe, lots of security, they need bathrooms, access to phone, you know, just the basic needs. And then they can begin, if you don't have a shelter over your head, it's hard to get clean and sober, okay? They use the drugs to either stay up all night because they're gonna get ripped off. There's people that have just gotten to the bottom where they've kind of just given up, you know, that's sad, but there is that population. So you set up parameters, you make it reasonable, you give them one or two chances because we all need to be compassionate. Who amongst us is perfect? But they'll weed themselves out. What do we do with those people? You know, again, treat them compassionately. There's programs where relocate back to where you came from. If that sounds racist, I apologize. Again, I'm Howley. I've helped people do that. Get them an airplane ticket, you know. You know, states were sending their probationers to Hawaii in the, you know, 80s.
Thank you for your testimony.
Work with their government, you know, the flyback program.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your experience, and please continue your work. We are trying to provide housing. I'm a big advocate of that. I think most council members are. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you all.
Okay, mahalo, Mr. Evans, for your testimony. Members, my apologies. We didn't offer a mid-morning break, so I've been requested that we take a 10-minute break from the testimony. How many more testifiers do we have? Five more testifiers. So with that, we'll take a short recess and be back at 10:52. The WASSP committee meeting of Thursday, September 4th is in recess. Welcome back to the WASSP Committee meeting of Thursday, September 4th. It is now 10:57. Mahalo, everybody, for that quick break, and we'll continue with testimony. Ms. Castillo?
Chair, the next testifier is the Royal House of Hawaii, to be followed by Junior Nakoa.
Aloha. Oh, okay. Aloha, members of the Senate, sorry, Committee, County Council. I stand before you today as a member of the Royal House of Hawaii and a descendant and royal patent heir of Heva Heva, and assert that any attempts to pass bills, permits, and titles related to the land in Hawaii are fundamental, flawed, and potentially very much highly illegal. The reason is simple. All the land in Hawaii is held under a royal patent allodial title, patented by the royal government of Hawaii, and the title lasts forever. We all know Kanaka are the greatest ones affected, and everything done on their aina is a clear violation on an international level. Break my heart, because actually and factually, each Kanaka own all the aina across the entire kingdom from the Mahele, because all of Hawaii is royal patented, which are allodial titles that last forever, no matter what. Even if they brainwash you Kanakas that you had go sell your land, you can claim them anytime. As much as such, any efforts to create land trusts or schemes that contradict the existing royal patented allodial titles, which have been done, because I guarantee you, each of those houses Kanaka has never been contacted about their royal patented land that they guarantee are descendants of. So return the royal patent descendants to their lands and contact them, which you are already supposed to do by law, because fraud, because their lands is all frauded. Like, frauded. Frauded their royal patented lands and is a crime on an international level. This is because these titles are rooted in the Constitution of Kamehameha III and the laws of the Kingdom of Hawaii, which supersede any subsequent attempt to alter and or undermine these rights, since the Kingdom of Hawaii very much still exists. Given the historical context and existing legal framework, it's evident that the Native Hawaiians with the royal patented allodial titles would be the best suited to govern and decide what happens on all their ancestral lands. After all, they have lived through from the challenges and the effects of land mismanagement, and would likely prioritize sustainable and community-driven solutions, avoiding the massive evictions. And you guys is breaking your guys' own constitution. What about the law of the splintered paddle? Kekanawai mamala hoa. Oh, my people, honor thy gods, respect alike the rights of men, great and humble. See it that our age and the women and the children lie down, let them lie down and sleep by the roadside without fear or harm. Disobey and die. Okay? I would like to bring your attention to a personal matter that highlights the disregard for these titles. For example, myself as a beneficiary and a royal patent heir of Ka'onaulu Ahupua'a, I have yet to be contacted regarding the development of our land, including the construction of an entire hotel. Let me finish up. So, as a royal patent holder, I would love to offer the Hilton Hotel for housing. So I demand the Hilton Hotel be used for our houseless community as a solution. And I see that it says that the county owns it or the state. How could that be? Is it because my papa is an advisor for the king? Making it Hawaiian Kingdom government lands, and that's why it's in your guys' name. And those seats that you guys is in, that's supposed to be my ohana seats, making these decisions for our kingdom. And having the documents that prove the beneficiary status, I have been completely ignored. This is unacceptable and a clear example of the systemic disregard for Native Hawaiian rights and interests, and a crime on an international level. Mahalo.
Mahalo,
And
Mr. Royal House.
we're all protected under Kamehameha III's Constitution. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Junior Nakoa, to be followed by Maui Tau'otaha.
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, Marlo. Yeah, I will be there because this is an important issue. on over there by the freaking, they cleaned up over there. Oh shit, dude. Hey, when I went over there to the one, the Ukimehame one, had the security guy over there. Yeah, the security guy. His group over there. They don't know what the heck they was doing. But there was also the kind of all the different guys had the MIMA, had MIMA, had the mayor's people from the mayor's office, had the police, had the DLNR, all those guys. When I go over there, me and my grandson, I go talk to all of these entities, yeah. And I told them straight up, how are we gonna fix this, bro? This has been happening for years. Years, and you guys not doing it, maybe not you guys, but the guys in the Human Concerns Department, they're not doing their job. Okay, when I go Amala, I was telling Mahina Martin, that is, whoever is in charge of this whole houseless thing, get off the Okole and do their damn job. And yeah, you guys know I'm a coach, I'm a baseball coach. If my player not doing his job, not playing his position right, I put him on the bench. So maybe we gotta start doing that. All the guys who are getting paid by the county, our tax dollars, they should get out of there. Cause I know get other groups that's out there bossing the Okole, doing the county's job, doing the state's job, doing the federal job. So yeah, freak Trump. Fuck freak that guy. But yeah, so I mean, these guys are not doing their job, okay? So we gotta get them all out. Clean house. Start all over. That's what you gotta do. Okay, hey, check this out, gang. You know, you see this FEMA housing up here? Yeah? The Kilohana. There's a big issue with down now. Remember now? Those guys are houseless right now. Yeah, those guys are houseless. Yeah, that's all locals. All get jobs. All work. Yeah, but now they're getting harassed by the management group, the FEMA. Getting harassed by where they get stored. But you know what? I went to the FEMA meeting at the West End when I was living down there. When they're talking about all the temporary housing being used, all these different kind of housing was there. Almost all these different types was there at the presentation. Now that house, the one you get the stilts, get place for store underneath. Yeah, the people can store their all their belongings. Remember now, they don't want nothing. They don't want no place for store all these things. But they could use that section to store all their personal property. But no, yeah, I just got notice on the FEMA that they're going to stick to their rules, and then they're going to, you know, if these guys don't take all their property out, their properties, they're going to get kicked out. Yeah, so this is what you guys trying to do. Yeah, sorry, Bob. I just told my man.
Yeah, no worries. We have a question for you from Member Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to clarify the part that you said about human concerns not doing their job, being negligent. Is that in reference to that we paid $240,000 for a strategic plan and we only got a report or a study, even though the deliverables number 6 and 7 was a strategic plan and next steps? Is that what you're referring to in the negligence of us paying $240,000 2 years later, no strategic plan, and somebody paid the money even though that was a deliverable number 7?
100%, because that's even what the other brother was saying, yeah? If you take the money, you make sure you use them. Yeah? Use the money that is allocated to all these different entities. We're tired. We're tired of getting ripped off. Us, the people, the tax dollars, the taxpayers. We're so sick and tired, okay? And then I even went to the county building and said, hey, hire me. Even though I don't like work for the county because kind of scary. No, it's kind of scary what they call. But me a loud mouth there. But might get fired there for
Yeah.
what you call that damn thing squealing.
That's what I thought you meant. I just wanted to clarify because I'm kind of upset about that as well. But thank you.
Mahalo, Member Polton. Any other questions for Mr. Nakoa? Seeing none, mahalo for your testimony this morning.
Mahalo. Tomorrow I'm bringing back the cooler. Mahalo for the fish. Yes, sir.
Make sure clean. Okay, staff.
Already clean. Yes, sir.
Chair, the next testifier is Maui Tau Taha, to be followed by Royal Patent Heir of Keawe Mahi.
Are they online? Oh.
Chair, they are online. You may need to unmute yourself on your end. We've unmuted you on our end in the top right-hand corner. If you have the camera and mic symbol with a line through it, you'll have to click on it to unmute yourself. Maybe we can return to them.
Okay, we'll call on the next person.
The next testifier is Royal Patent Heir of Keawe Mahi, to be followed by Kahaku Poi Poi.
Aloha. Aloha, members of the Senate Committee. My name is Elise Tierra Makalani Madison. I am a descendant of the Royal House of Hawaii and a Royal Patent Heir of Keawe Mahi. I come before you today to remind this committee that all land in Hawaii is already held under the Royal Patented Allodial title established during the Great Mehele. These titles are perpetual. They do not expire. This means Native Hawaiians, Kanaka o Iwi, including our houseless community, remain rightful descendants of beneficiaries of these lands, yet we are not recognized or included in the decisions made about them. Meanwhile, our people are being crushed by criminal inflation rates, the soaring cost of housing, food, and basic survival that's forced us into the poverty of our own Aina. It is devastating to watch Kanaka forced into homelessness, paying prices set by outside systems while our legal rights to the land are ignored. When new bills and land trusts or developments move forward without acknowledging these existing titles, they not only disregard the law, but also contributed to the continued displacement and suffering of our Kanaka o Iwi. The Constitution of Kamehameha III still protects these rights, and no one has the authority to take them away. The Kingdom of Hawaii still exists in the law, and so do these titles. I strongly urge and I strongly call on this committee to honor these truths, identify and reach out to the Royal Patent heirs, uphold our rights, and stop ignoring the legal framework that has always been in place. Return our people to their lands so there are no longer any victims of homelessness and crippling inflation in their own Aina. Mahalo nui loa. Mahalo nui loa for listening, and this comes straight from the Pu'uwai.
Mahalo nui, kona mana'o nui. Members, are there any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony this morning. Staff?
Chair, the next testifier is Kahaku Poi Poi, to be followed by Mo'i Kawa'akoa.
Aloha, Chair Sinensi and council members. My name is Kahaku Poi Poi. I come from the island of Molokai, and I'm a current resident of Hilo, Hawaii. I am testifying in strong support of Bill 111. And I think I just want to reiterate some of the mana'o that previous testifiers before me have already said. One of them is that the Kanawai Mamalahoi mamalohoa. E nā kanaka malama o kou i ke akua, malama I ke kanaka nui, ke kanaka iki, ka ele makule, ka luahine, moa I ke ala auhe mea nā na ho'opilikia hewa no make. And that is reiterated inside of our state law. And I think that because this law is not only traditional to the Hawaiian people, but also is written into our state law, that the County of Maui should uphold this law and respect the homeless individuals of Maui County, their belongings and their right to sleep on the side of the road, to have their belongings on the side of the road, and to not practice what we call sweeps or relocation without due process. And I think that it is furthermore the county's responsibility, because the county puts us, the people of Maui County, in an economic position that supports homelessness. This is seen in support for developments, such as the development in Wailea, which obviously is less, which is less low income housing that was promised, and creates this kind of culture of vacation rental culture and displacing Native people. Also want to remind the committee that during the Hawaiian Kingdom, Hawaiians and people were allowed to live on government land freely without any opposition. That is something that ever since the illegal overthrow in 1893 has changed in our society, and homeless people have been pushed to the side and treated differently under the occupation of the United States of America. And this is something that this bill gives the committee, the county, the mana to actually protect our homeless individuals and to uphold historical laws such as Kanawai Mamalohoa. And so I just want to testify in strong support. Mahalo.
Mahalo nui ka haku. Members, any questions for Mr. Poipoi at this time? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, we have one from Member Paulton. Is he, I see him still on Kahaku. Okay.
Aloha, Mr. Poipoi. Nice to see you. I just wanted to clarify in what you had stated in the old times and the Kanawai about Hawaiians living on government land. It wasn't without responsibility though, right?
Yes, definitely. That is true to the truest extent.
You was Uncle, you are Uncle Mac's grandson, yeah?
Yes.
I think I met you at one Ealupu. Good to see you again.
Yeah, aloha.
Mahalo, Member Paulton. Any other questions for Kahaku? Seeing none, mahalo for your testimony. Staff?
Chair will return to testifier Maui Tauotaha, to be followed by Mo'i Kawa'akoa. Maui, you're unmuted on our side. If you can't work the Teams, you can call in at 1-808-977-4067.
He's muted on his end? Or muted
on our
his
end. He needs to unmute on his end on the top right hand.
She.
Oh, she, sorry. Still having some problems. We can go to Mo'i and then come back to Maui.
Omo'i Kava'akua Keia, lineal descendant of Hamakua Loa, Hamakua Poko. I get plenty for talk about. Choke. I was one of the people who was involved in the Amala and Ukumehame sweep. I was on the other side of the fence, taking care of my people, strategizing against the county and administration, unfortunately, because that's pretty much the position we have been put in, even though we would like to work with the county and administration. I'd like to address something Mimi said in regards to storage. Yeah, you guys extended, but it's been hard to kind of get the storage back because we are giving only one time, and they gotta get them all at that one time. They gotta be there, which we don't mind doing. And they are asked where they're taking it, because there was no safe space alternative from the Amala sweep. So we had to take it upon ourselves to find a safe space. Do we want to be putting them in a bush? No. But they're safe right now, and they can actually be a community there. So gotta work on that, yeah? And I still coming forget their storage. Nicole will be in touch, Naomi. Then I'd like to talk about something that Tom had said. You guys are working on housing. Our people don't need housing. They need care. They need to be cared about. They need the resources. And we don't mind doing any of that. But we don't get that help. The county-funded programs do. And they don't use the money to care for our people. In order for them to even keep one house, they gotta be able to take care of themselves. And that's where Holomoa Outreach is always based on, is getting our people out of addiction, helping them with their mental health, getting them back culturally rooted because of 12 generations of colonization. 12. Then I get arrested because we get permission from the air to be on their property, and we are told, no, the county owns this land. But I do recall Tita a couple times before me saying that this aina belongs to us. It belongs to us. Because of the Great Mahele, because of colonization, King Kauikeaoli seen that he needed to give us titles. Yeah? So we're working on trying to get our people out of addiction, out of mental health. I get one grant out with OED, workforce development, making our people go out, clean our communities, remove those vehicles, provide hot meals, giving them a purpose. Our people don't have kuleana now because that is washed away 12 generations later. I'm here. Everybody working with me believes in this. So mahalo for having us today. Gabe, your staff, mahalo for bringing this bill, for all the amendments. As you all know, I am in full support of all of these amendments and hope every single county council member looks within themselves as generational descendants to start taking care of our people. Pow already. Mahalo.
Mahalo Mo'i, we have a question for you from Charlie.
Okay, it was brought up earlier that that money is going to nonprofits, I assume, or different agencies, are not producing, the effectiveness as we expect. Is it because we don't have enough programs?
I think it's about the way you go about caring for the community. The way you don't show up or show up. That is where the real impact makes a difference. That's why I say we don't need any funding for Make One Big Impact, but we're so busy fighting the system in place. And that system is that county programs are funded by the system, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo. Nobody else? All right.
No, one more from Member Polton.
All right, T.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to clarify what you were saying about that the belongings has to be taken out one time. If they say that they're storing the belongings for 30 days and someone comes in, like say the 5th day and takes some of their belongings and come back to the 10th day, that's not allowed. At the 5th day when they collect their belongings, they have to collect everything. Is that what you mean?
Yes. As soon as they go to pick up their belongings, they need to take all of their belongings, even though they don't know where they will put that. So that holds back our people from getting their belongings. And half of the community from Amala are just ready to just give up their stuff because they don't want to go through all of that.
So what it would preferably be is if they have a certain amount of time to get their belongings, any time during that certain amount of time, they can collect what belongings that they need at that time, and not all of it is what was expected to have happened.
We didn't really know that process of storage until we made that connection to get people's property back, because one of them was inspired to get rehab because they found a program in California that would take their dog and themselves, and they wanted to view and see their property before they left soon. And so I was like, okay, let's do this.
And then to clarify, in the instances, even if it was Oahu vendor, the property was stored on Maui.
Yes, for Amala and Ukumehame, the administration and county did make sure that the property stayed on Maui, and that coordination was being done with the Department of Management and the homeless coordinator.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo, Member Paulton. Any other questions from Maui? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Staff?
Chair will call back up Maui Tauataha to be followed by Natasha Inaba.
Chair, I'm not sure if Maui was able to call in with the information that was provided. Oh, I see they're rejoining the meeting.
How many testifiers do we have?
After this, one more.
One more after this one, okay.
Maui, you have been unmuted on our end. Sometimes for the microphone, there's a little drop-down arrow beside it in the top right-hand corner if you're on Teams. You may have to click on that, make sure you're on the correct microphone. If that's not working, then since you've already logged in and out, there is call-in information in the chat that's that you can use to join. If you are the phone number, if you click *6 on your phone, you should be able to unmute and begin your testimony as we've unmuted you on our end.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Hey, Kanomai for the technical difficulties.
Do you have
mahalo.
Do you have a second?
Sorry, if you're logged in on a different device, we're having a little bit of feedback. If you don't mind turning off the sound on that second device so we don't get the echo.
Copy that. I'm so sorry. It's hilarious because I'm a media person. So, mahalo nui for everyone who's there. Wao maui kautaha he kupa o Oahu wao no laila make vai ho uno ku aloha nui ka aina na omkua me na kupuna o kupuna o Maui ke olu. Mahalo to the public servants and community service groups who do the actual work and provide actual solutions for our community. I've never sat in your seat, so I ask for your forgiveness if anything I say offends you in any way. It's not my intention. I only speak my truth. I stand on my written testimony submitted via e-comments. I support amendments in Bill 111, but feel it only scratches the surface. Speaking about the e-comments, of all the total 28 e-comments, 12 were in against, but only 2 gave their names. Vast majority of folks are too ashamed to share their names, so that should tell you how pono that position is. Props to Brother Bart Evans for speaking his truth. I'm grateful for his experience.
Even though I disagree with that truth, I have a humble request. He mentioned homeless population several times. Please realize that Hawaiians can never be homeless in Hawaii. They may be houseless as a result of impacts of colonization, corruption, and greed, but this is Hawaii. There is no other home for Hawaiians on this planet. This will always be the home for Hawaiians. So what are we doing about it? Well, less affordable housing and hundreds of millions of dollars in profits for Honua Ula happened recently, so mahalo for that. How much of that money, or how much money could have gone to creating Pu'uhonua to actually solve these problems? The sweeps obviously are not working. They just make things worse. We all want healthy and safe communities, and this is it's time to get creative. There have been some great solutions that were mentioned in this meeting, and I kāko'o all of them. Mahalo to Kahaku Poi Poi for reminding us about the compassion of our kingdom law. Other societies across the planet do this. I don't know why we can't do it in here. Hawaii is the home of aloha. We are supposed to be the most kind and caring and compassionate people on this planet, and we should start acting like it. I submitted my written testimony, but on a personal level, I'm one of those people my son was just in the hospital recently for 2 nights. It was a $33,000 medical bill. Even with the health insurance, it's hard to cover that. So I can see how any one of us can be in that situation that people find themselves in. So I have, of course, a vested interest for myself to protect my own family, but also because it's just the right thing to do. We all need to give more than we take. And catering to luxury developers with insane amounts of money while nitpicking about small amounts of money that could do great good for our community is it's shameful. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Mr. Ta'ota'a, for your testimony. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, again, mahalo for joining us this morning. Staff?
Chair, the last testifier signed up is Natasha Inaba.
Good morning. So I actually came very unprepared. I just learned about this bill and the meeting today. So apologize. Forgive me if I'm like all over the place, but I come as just someone out in the community who sees what I see. And over the course of many, many years, I've seen the sweeps. I also have a background of being homeless with 5 children, 1 on its way. And I've also had issues with drug use in the past, probably like 20 plus years ago. So, just with that background and seeing how the houseless community has been treated, it's been tough. So with this bill, and I thank you, Councilmember Gabe Johnson, for actually bringing it to the table, because my heart hurts for the houseless community. My main concern when I would see these sweeps is, where would they go? Where are they gonna go? Everybody complains about the site. It's an eyesore to see them on the side of the road, or to see all this garbage and what have you that accumulates, and they're gonna pin them as the criminals out there in our community. But when you guys do the sweeps, it's like you guys are pushing them into another area where it's more in the public eye, right? So how is that really taking care of our houseless community who has issues, of houselessness? Beyond that, of course, there's deeper, all individual issues, but how are we really, really helping the houseless by just packing them up and saying, you know what, move. Where are they going? So that's my main concern over this houseless community that is here on Maui, that, we provide them a location. And as my understanding, that the bill covers, when you ask them to be relocated, that they do not and are not relocated unless, there is shelter in place. And so for that, I do, and I am strong support of that. For those that, doesn't have a place to store, there's, I guess the bill also covers storage. Anyways, yeah, so I'm in support of Bill 111 because for me, I feel that it does look after the houseless community. I hope that, for those, we can find like locations from county, state land that is available, that we can make something become available for those who, it's not a one size fit all. So people love the ocean. Maybe they gather their food from the ocean. Maybe people like it, Malka, they work the land and that they feel much comfortable there. Maybe city life isn't for them, but so location for me is a big concern, and I think could help the houseless community. So thank you so much.
Mahalo for your testimony. We have a question for you from Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Inaba, for sharing your lived experience with us. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you're from Lanai, right?
I am.
And now, if you look at all the testifiers, we've had folks from Maui, Molokai, and Lanai, which really shows that this issue is countywide and we should do something. And I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Mahalo. Any other questions for Ms. Inaba? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Staff?
Chair, that's all the testifiers. Would you like to do last call?
Yes, please.
Yep,
I see one more person coming down.
Okay, I would like to hit a home run, Shane, but I'm just going to try to get a base hit. Aloha po aha, aloha kako, aloha akaku, aloha lunam holomolu. You can put me down as testifier name Ha'ole Nika. Okay, my main suggestion is the word homeless is derogatory. So I suggest the county takes that out of their vocabulary. Pukui and Elbert, if you want to research that, there's 3 words they use for homeless is kuewa, K-U-E-W-A, means vagabond, exile, wanderer, wandering, friendless, homeless, unstable. Second word is leva, L-E-W-A, homeless, vagabond, wanderer, landless, homeless. And the third one is like an American slang type, homeole, which probably I suggest that the county put that into their vocabulary and as for you lawmakers. I had some problems getting Bill 111 for the clerk's office, Mr. Sinensi, so I don't know who's in charge of that. Alice Lee or somebody. I was told that any bills, you got to go to the clerk's office, and the other stuff you got to do at the council services office. So once again, why didn't the council services office get their full raise if they keep sending me over to them when they got plenty of work to do already? So that was just on the side note there. Okay, speaking of government, Malama Hoe Kanawai, I'm glad somebody mentioned that. That should be put into the bill because that was Kamehameha the Great. I wish he'd come back here and get you guys straight. I don't think anybody would argue with him. And then I'm not sure what generation she was, his great-great-granddaughter, Lili Ukalani. I suggest we follow her example and her executive order to protect the land and the people. If people like Trump didn't illegally take over the Kingdom of Hawaii, we might not have the pilikia we have now. They did it for the money. So speaking of them, Family Life Center is one of the access to services that y'all are talking about. I caution all people of Hawaii, their pro-Trump agenda, and have repeatedly said that they want to make Hawaii the first Christian state as Aloha Ole. I don't know what Christ they're talking about. And so in my personal experience, King's Cathedral is a Family Life Center is a branch of King's Cathedral, and they got a branch church up in Kula, King's Cathedral. And when I go by there, I don't go on their INA, their property as they call it. But even when I go by there on the roadway or the sidewalk, they jeer at me and say stuff to me when I'm praying, and I'm praying to purify the land there. And they tell me to go get a job, which is ironic because they're getting money from the government and not paying any county land taxes. So I just wanted to tell you guys that part of it, and especially when they're taking people's stuff. I heard the first testimoniers say that they threw away a tricycle. There's plenty little keiki out there that would love to have a little tricycle to ride about. So if you could put recycling some of the stuff that they're throwing away there, then that would be appreciated. 9 out of 10 people who go to church is good, but 9 out of 10 of the administrators is bona ole. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Mahalo, Mr. Law, for your testimony. Members, any questions for Mr. Law? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Staff?
This is the last call for oral testimony. Please come up to the podium or raise your hand on Teams if you would like to testify. The countdown is 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, Chair, no one has indicated they wish to testify.
Members, seeing there are no more individuals wishing to testify, are there any objections to closing oral testimony? Okay, we'll close oral public testimony, but as a reminder, written testimony will still be accepted. And again, I just wanted to mahalo all the testifiers that came and shared their mana'o both here in the chambers as well as online. You have a big audience here at the chambers, including many of the departments that are listening in online as well. So mahalo for your mana'o. Staff, we can proceed with our item. Members, Bill 111, 2024, establishing procedures for the removal and storage of personal property in public spaces and a right to shelter. And again, members, I know we've been going for a couple hours, and so I'll leave it up to the body what you guys want to do in the next 20 minutes. But we can start discussions, yeah? Okay, so just for clarity, I did want to address the agenda that was posted. There was the Bill 111 agenda, and there were 4 ASFs. And at this point, there are no voted upon CD1's versions. So the first one was the original from Member Johnson. The second ASF was from the October 24th meeting that had the agreed upon amendments, including the managing director's recommendations. The third ASF was just for revisits, should the body want to consider some of these. But of course, Vice Chair Johnson has a 4th ASF, and according to him, a lot of those previous revisits in your ASF, you've addressed some of the revisits. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And so at this time, members, we'll go to the before I go to discussion, we'll have the administration come in for their comments. I do understand that we received, is there a letter that received from the administration? Can we pass that out, staff? Oh, it's already been passed out. So members, the administration has sent out a letter. If you need, I don't know if everybody online received it, or if anybody, oh, I see thumbs up. If anybody needs additional time, but and we also have Mr. Nishita or Ms. Wade online.
I see Deputy Aaron Wade online.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Managing Director.
Can I hear real good?
Okay, yeah, his mic was off.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Can you hear now?
Oh, here we go. Okay. Thank you for the fifth time. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for all the work that you've put into this. And thank you, everyone, for being here. I know there's lots of faces that I recognize today. Lots of faces of individuals who I've been out in the field with. We've been out in the field with, engaging with homeless individuals. We did provide a letter yesterday to council, and I think I forwarded all of that to you guys yesterday evening. Essentially, we appreciate and share the same concerns that you guys have. I think we have come out with the position of not supporting the bill. There's a number of reasons for this. We have implemented guidance that carries the spirit of this bill. And there's concerns that the administrative burden ties the hands of the county to act and to update our guidance as we're learning. We've had two experiences in the last year that have taught us a lot about how to engage with these individuals and do it compassionately and to give a lot of notice, to provide access to services. And frankly, we can't grasp the implications and expect that this bill may contradict other county law at the same time. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll be happy to answer questions you guys may have about Amala or Ukamehame or the bills themselves. Naomi, do you want to say anything?
Mahalo, Mr. Jackson. Corporation Counsel, did you have anything else to add?
Thank you, Chair. I do have some comments to make with respect to the CD1 version. I don't know if this is the right time to address that, but I do want to say, and really as a matter of law, I want to encourage as much flexibility as possible in the development of how to proceed with interventions such as Amala or Ukamahami. And the reason I say that is because, as we know, when you pass an ordinance, it takes a lot of work to change it. And I can tell you that this law is developing as we speak. This is not over. I suspect there will be challenges to the way in which the county has been dealing with Davis v. Bisson, and that's okay. Challenges are okay. We learn a lot from them. But the idea of the flexibility required to address those without it being codified as a matter of law, I'm speaking as an attorney, is really invaluable to the process. And so I just want to put that out there because as we've gone through this process, and I listened carefully to Ms. Darcy and Moi's concerns about the way storage of property is working, we can develop and work on that as we move along. And I appreciate that, but it's harder when it's codified. I just want to throw that out there at this point. Thank you.
Okay, mahalo, Ms. Desjardins. Was there anyone else for? Okay, so we can begin discussion from the members. And I know, I don't know, up to you guys how many rounds or discussion, but what you guys feel our pathway forward, I'll be open to that. But we'll begin with Vice Chair Johnson. Go ahead.
Okay, Chair. Well, just to start off, I thought I could start with some opening remarks and then make the motion and then the motion to substitute. And I can do that if you guys like. I see chairs.
Yeah. I was raising my hand to let you know I have a 12 o'clock meeting, and it's pretty hard to make a decision in 13 minutes.
Okay. How about I just read the opening remarks?
Okay, good.
Is that qualified for discussion,
sure.
Members? Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
Go ahead.
So, members, this bill is to provide a process to relocate our houseless people in a dignified and respectful way. We know that the way we have been relocating our houseless people has not been working. We do not have the adequate shelter space, and after we move them from one place, they simply undergo tremendous disruption and trauma, then move on to another area where the safety environmental concerns can be even worse. We're not only putting a Band-Aid over the problem, the way the county is doing it now is causing harm and making things worse. If we continue to leave this policy to the administration, we can expect more of the same. Commitments to safe zones that take years and years to become fulfilled, underfunding and lack of support for our nonprofits that do the outreach and sheltered work. The report we commissioned to address homelessness made it clear that we need to collaborate and coordinate effectively. Leaving the policies of moving encampments to the administration rules that are not transparent, not readily available to the public, and drafted behind closed doors is not the way forward. After we heard this bill in committee last year, the providers who are doing outreach daily and who have worked with people at every cleanup in the county has done were not happy with the draft. So me and my team met with Holomua Outreach, Maui Rapid Response, Share Your Honor Advisory Committee of Unhoused People, and the ACLU to come up with amendments. These recommendations came from people with a first-hand lived experience. We took these recommendations to the administration and amended the language to find compromise. I'm here to collaborate and have the discussion in a public forum so we can find ways for our houseless people to be treated with dignity and belong in our communities. That is a key point and recommendation of the report to address homelessness. Remember, we paid that money for that report. That was what they were saying. You gotta collaborate. Another thing to remember is that the root cause of homelessness, according to the report, are the high cost of living and lack of housing. Punishing the houseless, alienating them, and sweeping them like trash does nothing to address this root cause. The people who end up being homeless become homeless because of systemic inequalities, circumstances, and program failures. The example of if you get in a car accident, you're one step away to be unhoused. I get that. I lived in Section 8 housing before I took this job. I was a single dad. I know that fear. It's our duty as government to take care of our most vulnerable with the support they need. We can do this at this time. We address the bigger systemic and root problems in our community, like the cost of living and housing. And that's why I'm here today, to work together towards our shared goal of ending homelessness. Let's do it together here in the chambers as a community. We all went to Officer Susan O's funeral, and the words are echoing in her mind, her words, to serve with respect and compassion. And that's what I'm here for, Chair.
Mahalo, Vice Chair Johnson.
Chair, point of information.
Yes.
Or point of something. We didn't pay for and commission a report. We paid for and commissioned a strategic plan, which we never received. I just wanted to get that clear, because to enable after the fact fraud like this and pay for it, that's not right. We paid for, and number 7 outcome before and after the thing was modified was for a strategic report. So let's not enable further fraud and just willful negligence that has brought us to this point. 2 years later, $240,000 later, I feel very passionate that we stop enabling this kind of thing. It's part of the reason we're in this situation right now.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, and then, and we'll go down the line. So, but if members will allow, I know that Chair Lee has to leave. If for your
Just point of clarification, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Chair Lee, if you want to, if you have any, we do have this people that we invited as resources, if you have additional questions. But
For the resources?
for resources or generally what direction,
Okay.
what ASF you want to address.
Well, I did want to ask Naomi, Ms. Crozier, a question.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. You heard the members talk about collaboration. And has there been an effort lately to collaborate with the council, with the community, to make changes in how you handle your operations, the sweeps?
Thank you. That's a great question. Yes, we've been trying to collaborate with the community, with council.
Can you go closer to the mic?
Sorry. Is this better?
Yeah. better?
Yes, that's a great question. So we've been trying to collaborate with the community, with the advocates, with council to make changes, make it smoother, more compassionately.
Can you give specific examples?
I guess working with the advocates and working with the people who are unsheltered in the community.
Well, let's say like modifying the time that people have to go and claim their items in storage.
Yes,
things like
so for example, the 30 days were up and we've actually extended another 30 days to make it easier for them to come pick up their things.
Chair, my concern is what First Deputy mentioned, Corp Counsel, about not being too restrictive with codifying many of these items, because this is a work in progress, it appears, and sometimes we can't foresee every single circumstance in legislation. So I'm trying. We need a lot of guidance here on where to be flexible and where we need to be stricter. So either you or Corp Counsel could comment on that.
Thank you, Chair. The storage of property is an example of what I'm talking about. The law requires us to store property, and the administration has determined that 30 days is a sufficient amount, with some advice from Corporation Counsel, looking at case law, looking at what other jurisdictions do. However, it's not just about storage of property. It's about the spirit and intent behind why property needs to be stored. And that is where the flexibility is required. Because, for example, if you codify this and say, you're gonna have 30 days to store property, well, that's the law. So then the question becomes, well, how much flexibility do you have in, for example, extending it for an additional 30 days or whatever is required? I understand there are folks who have nowhere to put their belongings. And that is, if people are actively trying to get their things out of storage and they have nowhere to go, then that is what I think the administration, from the calls that I get about the law, that's what I see them trying to address. Nothing's perfect. Nobody's going to be 100% happy, but we're trying to comply with the law but be compassionate at the same time. That's where the flexibility is required.
Chair, can I respond to that?
Let me go to Nohe first, Vice Chair. I don't know if she needs to go somewhere. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I do have to pick up my children at 2, so I'll be on the road from about 1:45 to about 2:30 when I get home. So that's going to be difficult for me to actively participate while I'm driving in discussion after we get back from lunch. But what I wanted to ask you, Chair, is Member Johnson's ASF makes a whole bunch of changes that make it difficult to track. Because yours has the red lining, but Member Johnson's doesn't. And it looks like a lot of the things the ASF has in his one that was posted on the 29th almost either dismiss all the changes that we discussed in the previous committees or kind of takes it back to the original one. So I had a request that either we can ask him to go through these changes that he proposed and why we went back from what we discussed in committee. We're not privy to his meetings with the advocates, but furthermore, it's also not signed by Corp Counsel. So if we're going to make that suggestion now, I'm going to either A, vote no, or request to file it.
Chair, at the bottom of the ASF has all of the red line changes. As you just scroll down, you'll see all the changes that we did.
I have it printed, and in my printed version, because I have a difficult time reading online.
Sure.
I don't see any of those changes, but I can get that done. But a lot of it kind of takes it back from scratch. Maybe you can talk about that. I know Charlie has to leave in 3 minutes, and then we typically come back at about 1:30. So maybe you could just discuss why you made some of those changes, and I would appreciate that. Thanks.
So I had, of course, as we know, Mimi was away for a bit, so now that she came back, I had a meeting with her last night, and we went over some of the concerns that would allow her to sign off on them, and I think that would be the task at hand in the afternoon. I'll go down, work with her, we can all have it in open discussion, what the Corporation Council has concerns with, amending it as needed, getting consensus, working together. Those are the things that I would think would be an afternoon deal, if you guys are open with that. Because I don't want to, I think that's a good opportunity for all of us to do it in the open. There's so many of those changes. Since Councilmember Uhu Hodges asked, I worked with the administration. We went back and forth to get, to do some changes to get their support in the very last minute. 2 days ago, was it 2 days ago, I think? They said, we don't support this now. So after all that work of going their way, last minute, now they don't support. So there was a lot of changes from all types, from the administration as well as for the nonprofits. Thank you.
Member Sugimura?
Yeah, I kind of think that we're getting deeper into a discussion that we should take a break for lunch so that we're all on the same page and not trying to rush something of an unsigned Corp Council document. That's serious to me.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, we're almost, I just wanted to, Member Cook, you had any, you're okay with coming back at 1:30? Members online, any discussion? Taking a break to 1:30, and then, Member Paulton, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I guess for me, I almost would like to hear how the previous situations went. There was a cleanup at Amala, followed pretty quickly, close after, by a cleanup at Ukumehame. And I support cleaning things up. But at the time when the Ukumehame cleanup occurred, the shelters were pretty full up of folks from Amala Place. And so the point of where are people supposed to go, I don't know if everybody gets the daily shelter vacancy report, but there was no openings. And I don't know if that's a legislation issue, but it seems counterintuitive. I know it was a safety issue because to have all of those EV batteries and like that from the disaster task force, if they become wet in salt water, it's almost like you're dealing with bombs for those EV batteries. But so I could clearly see the safety issue, but if we're relocating folks without shelter space, that's kind of an issue. I'm not sure how legislation, at the same time, you gotta balance public safety and whatnot, but I don't know how legislation addresses that. I think what I would like to hear from the administration is, I totally feel like we're in this position because there is no strategic plan, there is no vision. Like how are we addressing this? We have a public safety issue in that, we have all this rubbish or whatever separate from unsheltered people and not exclusively their problem or their fault. And so we're trying to address these various interconnected issues, and there is no strategic plan. We hear people talking about a safe zone. We see it in the bill, but where is it? Years ago, we put money and asked for safe parking spaces. That never happened. The Department of Human Concerns, maybe not the correct department to deal with this because of their repeated failures over the years. But that's what I would like to hear is what is the vision? What is the strategic plan that we paid $240,000 for? Or when are we going to get a refund for not getting what was requested, what was delivered, what was in writing? Because we cannot solve any problem without a plan or a vision. Like, where are we going with this?
Mr. Jackson, did you want to address?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Paulton. Can you guys hear me loud enough?
Yes.
Two parts to that came up. The first is at Ukamehame, were the shelters full? So over the last 10 months since the report has come out, Department of Human Concerns, and I'll let Director Suhaku speak to this as well, but we've updated our contract to guarantee that they provide us shelter space, even if it is full, in situations such as natural disasters or encampment removals that we have to do. So I'll let Director Suhaku add to that, but there is shelter space full, and we're going to make sure that there is shelter space full anytime we are even considering doing one of these encampment removals. And Lori, do you want to add anything to that?
You just said there is shelter space full. Can you?
Sorry, shelter
clarify
space
that?
available. There is shelter space available.
And is it reflected in the daily reports we're seeing? Because the daily reports are not reflecting that there is shelter space available.
Yeah, my understanding is that report comes out from the state, and Lori or Director Suhaku, I don't know if you're on and can answer that question more specifically.
Because I received the reports from the Department of Human Concerns.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Chair. The daily report is generated by the Governor's Coordinator on Homelessness and Housing. And what Mr. Jackson is referring to is Kahaleakiola has created a mechanism in which they can use congregate spaces at their current shelter to increase the bed count that's available during a time of an intervention or during a civil defense emergency. And that is what he's describing as additional surge bedding that we've arranged to have available to us for those events.
And that's been an update made, since these discussions began last year. And then the second thing I would add, Councilmember Paulton, is in the letter we wrote to you, we did provide a list of the actions the county has taken since the report was released. And a lot of it is taken behind the scenes, so you guys don't always see that. But there is a list there from the guidance that we've developed and released to you guys yesterday. The award of safe parking, the update of the contract with Kako, supporting the state's transition over in Kahului, providing trauma-informed care through DHC, working with shelter providers to reduce other burdens to get into shelter, and working on the Haina as well and what's going on out there as we rebuild. So I know you guys may not see what's going on every day, but we are working every day on different solutions.
Thank you. I was sleeping last night. I didn't have a chance to read the letter. I'll read it during lunch.
Okay, thank you, Member Paulton. Member Rollins Fernandez, do you have any questions before we break for lunch?
Sure. Mahalo, Chair. And I can make it kind of quick because I know it's already 12:07. But in preparation for, us reconvening, I support some of the ideas on how to structure or format the rest of the meeting this afternoon, going over the amendments. I see some of the amendments are not substantial, but in the areas that are, or perhaps, since we'll likely only have 3 hours usually, that maybe, honing in on the more substantive areas and not, like going over like instead of encampment, like public place. I don't think those are like necessarily problematic, but the areas that are more problematic, go straight to those areas. And when I say problematic, I just mean that there isn't agreement between Member Johnson and, those that he's been working with on the bill. And then a question for First Deputy Corp Counsel Desjardins regarding her opening remarks after we close public testimony. So I think what I understood you saying is that because the situation is like constantly evolving, that your recommendation or the administration's recommendation is to have the process that's attached to the correspondence from the administration on Granicus, draft guidance on the removal of encampments and storage of personal property in admin rules first, instead of having something in the county code, and then working through that. Is that what you were saying in your opening remarks?
Sure. Thank you, Member. Yes, so I'll be clear, the flexibility that those guidelines and policies or even admin rules supply from a legal perspective, to me are valuable in this process of evolving in something and collaborating to work together to make something work. But I'll be real clear that if it is the will of this body to pass an ordinance, my absolute duty is to help you folks come up with something that is legal as to, its form and its legality. And Member Johnson and I had that discussion last night. So I'm prepared to help you folks come up with something if that's your will. But I kind of see both sides. I see the value in both. But as a lawyer, I just like flexibility because it's easier for me to collaborate and to make things work, I guess. That's just me. Thank you.
Mahalo for responding to my question. I did hear the timer. I just want to also, acknowledge the concern heard in testimony that perhaps the guidelines are too flexible and don't give enough protection, which is why advocating for putting it in the county code, which would, give stronger enforcement, more teeth, if you will, to what is being requested. And then when we return from lunch, I'd like to hear any remarks that we heard in testimony about why I think we heard in testimony that there was discussion and collaboration all the way up until just a few days ago or something. So I'd like to hear some remarks on that when we return. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, mahalo, Member Rollins Fernandez. With that, members, I don't want to take up more of your break time. And so we'll come back at 1:30. With that, the WASSP special committee meeting of Thursday, September 4th is now in recess to 1:30. Thank you, members. Winala, and welcome back to the special WASSP committee meeting of Thursday, September 4th. It is 1:34 p.m. Mahalo members for that short break. Before we begin, we'd like to introduce Pro Tem Kama. Aloha and welcome.
Aloha, aloha, Winala, Chair, and members of our council, my colleagues. I'm here in my workspace, and I am alone. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo for joining us. And with that, members, we're at our second round of questions. And as the chair, I'll make sure that everybody gets a chance. We have 3 minutes for now, but we can go as many rounds. We have all afternoon. So we can begin with Committee Vice Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Chair, I think my question is going to kind of be, I'd like to maybe hear from the members on their concerns on this bill as we go down the line. If there is something that you folks see that it's a no-go for you, in a spirit of collaboration, in a spirit of working together, then I'd like to, find ways that we could work together on that. I think it's important that everybody can explain what they like or what they have concerns on, and then we move on it. I think if I take a step back, we have the administration doing their administrative rules, and we also have this proposed bill. So bills require you to do things. Administrative rules can change with administrations. So that's really what's before us. If you guys think that the administration is doing a bang-up job, great job, then maybe that's your path. But I feel, obviously, I feel we could do better, and that's why this bill is before you. So I just want to say that as the members go down, please consider that, how can we help you if that's a concern of you? If there is a concern, how do we, alleviate those concerns? Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Vice Chair Johnson. And so is it okay that should members have questions, since you've been having these discussions, that they can also ask you as a resource?
Sure. Yeah, and, as we worked on this bill, I didn't do it alone. I had a great team with Kate Griffiths, Axel Beers, and if I do not remember a particular thing, because remember, this bill's been gone through so much work, I might call on Axel Beers to help me remind my, where we're at, because there's, it's like a 10-page bill, right? 2.5 pages is just simply definitions, so it's pretty big.
Okay, thanks for that. And then members, we also have all of our resources. They might be online should you call upon them. Chair Lee.
Another resource person for me would be member Nohe Uhajans, because she is like in the field, has a specific issue in Paia that she's been working on for a long time. So it's important for me to know the actual application or potential application of the ordinance that we are considering, and how that would work, or is it compatible with what she's doing in Paia? So I'd like to hear from her too.
Okay, yep, we'll refer to her should questions for her. Member Cook.
Okay, so can I get it started?
Go ahead.
Back from lunch, everybody ate, got another cup of coffee. This is a tough one. I'm glad, and I know how passionate you are about it and how much work is going into it. I also know, talking to the department, talking to different, I've been visiting the fire departments, Wailea and Kihei, and the whole issue with fires. A lot of the fires, they go to like 50 fires a week. Nobody hears about it because a lot of them are just really small fires. But a lot of them are like from campfires and from other type of activities. And not malicious, apparently, but we're blessed as a community. We don't, knock on wood, we don't really have an arson issue or that kind of criminality. It's more just high winds, people campfire, vacant lots, whatever. To me, I would like to support the administration's proposal for now, with the understanding that I see some huge pukas in trying to solve this problem, because it's a huge mental health issue, even from a, quote, healthy, vibrant, I won't say normal, but average person who loses their job and or their landlord sells the home. They have to move, and I'm kind of putting myself in that position because I do rent. That's terrifying. If my landlord sold the house and I pay a stupid amount of rent, but I feel fortunate that I can stay there. So, I mean, I'm just sharing. I mean, I feel this emotionally. This isn't some theoretical stuff. If I was on the streets and I couldn't take care of my family, the shame, the embarrassment, the stress, the anguish, all of that stuff would chew me up. And alcohol, self-medication, doing all of that would come very naturally to me to basically be able to survive, just to be able to numb myself out to the max. So I'm just sharing that with, because I have no judgment whatsoever. I mean, that old Christian saying, there but by the grace of God goes me. When I see people on the street and I see people, I don't like it, but I strive not to be judgmental, but to be objective. So my hope that we collectively as a council can work with and push the administration to getting property in our different districts and to actually spend money and build stuff, so that when the key, this to me, a big path forward is, you can't stay here. Okay, where am I gonna go? Okay, that's the missing link. That's the elephant in the room. Where am I gonna go? Okay, and I don't think that's the cure-all, because, anyway, you want me to do a second term, or can I get a couple more minutes, since there's not many of us? Is there a question? Does that resonate with the administration?
Yeah, thank you, council member. And I think that's spot on. And that's our heart, is we face people who are losing their jobs, who are losing, their rent on a regular basis. And I know our service providers, such as Family Life, have taken a hit in a lot of testimony today, but they've housed, and Lori can correct me if I'm wrong, but 700 people last year, or got into shelter, 700 people. And it's the people that are in that situation that often align with where we're trying to, those people, we work with them to get them into shelter and get them into transitional housing. I think a lot of the tension comes from individuals that want to be outside. They want to be where they are. And I think there's a lot of tension there. And so we totally agree with you, and the administration internally is working on additional resources for beds as we speak. So that resonates with us for sure.
Hi, can I add to that? Thank you for that's a great statement you made about the mental health. We don't want to be outside. Nobody wants to be outside. Over the years I've been doing this for 17 years. I've seen Family Life Center house a person 8 times. And maybe it wasn't right the first time, 8th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, but after the 8th time, they don't give up. They house them again. No judgment, no nothing. So they're not in the wind, fanning themselves with social media. They're just doing it. And people, I think what I see is when they don't want to follow the rules is when they want to live outside. And that's what I see. But sometimes after a few years, they get sick and tired and they go, okay, we're tapping out. I want housing. So there's no judgment. I'm wanting to live outdoors, but I truly believe everybody deserves housing.
Thank you.
Okay, Mahalo, Member Cook.
I'm all wound up for my next turn.
Okay. I do see Member Nohe U'uhajan's hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Couple things real quick. I'm in the Paella School parking lot, ready to pick up my youngest son, and then I'll be on the road. I'm gonna turn off my camera as I drive. But I just wanted to say that I cannot be a resource necessarily on Member Johnson's bill. He and his office have really put in the legwork to get where we are today. But what I have been doing is working with Corp Counsel. They've been working with Prosecutor's Office, and we've been working with admin to discuss storage of private property found on public places and public lands. And if we're going to right now go into discussion about some of the things on Bill 111 CD1, that's kind of one of the big issues I see with this, is that I think it needs to be separated. Not always, and maybe Deputy Corporation Counsel Desjardins can speak to the times that we do find personal property on public lands and the difference with that and how would that work. Not always is a cleanup related to compassionate relocation. And so maybe a consideration is kind of separating those two things. One is the storage of private property found on public lands, and another one is compassionate relocation, or whatever verbiage we want to use when we talk about, addressing some of the encampments. I do have more questions, but maybe we can start with that one for now. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Desjardins?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so Member Hodgins is correct. She and I are working together to devise an ordinance that would address storage in general. That's what city and county are operating off of, because regardless of whether it's an encampment or not, we are obligated when we find any property in a public place, whether it's under an encampment or not, we're obliged to if we're going to destroy it without storage, we have to have a contested case hearing ahead of time. But if we are going to store it, and we're obligated to do that, that's the better plan. We need an ordinance, I think, that just addresses storage in general, not just for encampments, because a lot of what's in this bill applies outside of encampments. So that's one thing that she had asked that I help her with. But let me just say, from what I'm hearing from looking at these guidelines during the lunch break, and then looking at this bill, it seems like the real difference between the two is the bill has an emphasis on you cannot remove an encampment unless you have places in place for folks to go to, period. That's the goal of the bill, is you're not going to just walk around and do this. The guidelines and policies do not emphasize that. But what I'm hearing the administration say is that that is what they're working towards, is to develop safe sleeping, safe parking, possibly manage encampment. That was mentioned in the transmittal letter. So I think that's where the real difference is between Bill 111 and what the administration is saying. But as far as the storage of property, whether you put it in here or not and codify it, that's the law. That's what needs to be followed.
Mr. Jackson?
Clarify one thing too, we are making sure that we do have bed space available if we are considering any type of relocation action. And we discussed that before the break, but I just want to clarify based off Mimi's comments.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke, but I also want to say this. Between the last meetings we had on this subject and now, as you all know, the Grants Pass decision came down, the federal courts reversed the Boise case, Martin v. Boise, and said that you no longer have to have bed space available before you can arrest houseless individuals. But I do not see the county of Maui following that pattern, and you don't have to. I mean, certainly both the administration and Member Johnson's bill are devise a system where that would not be that's not what we're about. But I did want to also point out that that opinion has come down since Bill 111 was first initiated.
Chair, can I add a point of information?
Go ahead.
Okay. In that regard, that the administration is working towards more bed space, let's take a look at Kahaleakeloa, for example. In FY 2025, they requested $1.2 million. They were approved by the administration for only $671,000. After my budget priority to increase funding for human concerns grantees, this was up to $771,000. In FY26, they requested again $1.2 million. They were recommended for $771,000. This is according to our budget session correspondence. Again, it goes back to trusting the administration if they're taking it seriously. You say you want more bed space, and yet Department of Housing and Human Concerns, the mayor's office, is not funding the people who are creating bed space. So that's the disconnect, and I'm just adding that for the information. Put your money where your mouth is, and I don't see it.
Mahalo. Vice Chair Johnson, Member Hudgens, was that your, did you get your questions answered? Is she still on? Okay.
Yeah, I remember disclosure. I have about 10 more minutes. Can we let her speak? And then I just have a follow-up question to what Corporation Counsel just said.
Who did you refer to?
Just gotta let you guys know that I have an adult male named George Vieira, Pauhana, and in the house.
Okay, mahalo. And then we'll go to Pro Tem Kama for her first opportunity.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Member Johnson, what is the goal of this bill?
The goal is to create a process in which the administration or their designee takes the unhoused, finds places for them, and then cleans up and stores their belongings. That is,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so there's two things. One is to find housing for the unhoused and to be able to store their goods. Pretty much, is that it?
Yes, and also to include the nonprofits that are helping them. Like if you're unhoused, we use the example of a woman who's getting help from Women Helping Women, getting help from Aloha House, all of those services.
Yeah.
Let those folks know that are helping her that there's going to be this decommissioning of an encampment.
Oh, okay. Then my comment, Chair, is that when we look at the unsheltered situation, the idea was to shelter them, right? To shelter them, and we haven't done a good job of sheltering them in a timely manner. Therefore, we have all of these unsheltered. But we also have, I think, created the need for a safe parking and a safe sleeping space. But one of the things that I think caught my ear this morning is that how many people have been housed and rehoused because they go in, I don't know, they may not like the rules, they may get into little discussions or they get into fights or whatever, and then they decide to leave. So to me, it seems like we're not really getting to the root cause of why the unhoused are unhoused. So we talked earlier today, this afternoon, about mental health and how do you change the behaviors of certain people so that they can at least, if not conform, have the wherewithal to make good decisions for themselves. And it seems like we're not hitting the mark on changing people's behavior. All we're doing is doing a pretty lousy job of band-aiding the situation. I hear the bill, Chair, and I will reserve my time for round two.
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
You're exactly right, Councilmember Cummings. This does not address the root causes. What this does, it implements clear timelines to notify encampment occupants of a scheduled relocation. It requires that sufficient shelter accommodations exist and establish procedures for the storage and retrieval of personal property. Requires outreach and service providers also include the process. If you want to work on the root causes, I am with you, Councilmember Kama. We do a housing first model, and how can we do a housing first model when there is no houses? The solution of houselessness is in the question. House them. Unhoused, you house them. That's the solution. If you want to get to why it's so expensive and, you know, the NIMBYism and all the bureaucracy that's involved, I hear you. The income inequality, I hear you. But at this point, this bill is trying to address what we were just talking about. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. But housing them is not the issue. Changing their behavior about being housed is. If we've housed people 8 times and they're still out there on the streets, those are the people that we need to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that are not going.
That's why the wraparound service is so key, and that's why this bill is trying to bring in those folks to do the wraparound service. You know, the Aloha House, the Women Helping Women, those things that we mentioned.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Mahalo, Member Kama. Next we have Member Sugimura.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Agree, this is a very complicated and deep discussion. And probably the thing that concerns me the most is that if we have a bill before us that's not signed by Corp Counsel, it doesn't matter what we think, right? Because they're going to have to defend this in court if anything does happen. And so therefore, what Corp Counsel says of a bill that we should work towards is what I'm going to take very seriously. And if Corp Counsel sits there, and correct me if I'm misstating you, but if Corp Counsel is telling us that by putting things in code, we may be restricting outcomes, that I think we should know that. And the bill before us probably is taking us in that direction. You can't hear me? So the bill before us is probably taking us in that direction, that we're codifying something that Corp Counsel is thinking that we should give ourselves the leverage to be able to solve and find solutions. And that's very concerning to me. The bill is not signed by Member Johnson's bill. I think your bill, Chair, is not signed either. And so I want to make sure that what we pass is it will be something that Corp Counsel will sign, because right now they haven't signed both. I don't know why. And so if you could, speak to that, I think it's very important. As you know, when I look at all my own legislation, if Corp Counsel doesn't sign, I don't move. That's how important I think, what you do is for the County of Maui and our jobs as council members.
Of course. Mimi was gone, or Ms. Desjardins was gone for a bit of time, so.
But this has been around for a while. It's not something brand new.
We've had meetings with her, and if that's.
I don't mean from you. I mean from them.
Okay.
I heard you earlier.
Mimi?
The original version of Bill 111, which Corporation Counsel did sign off on, takes us all the way back to when Carla Peters was the director of Parks and Recreation. This has been going on for a very long time, and there were a lot of meetings way back then about what is the best way to approach this problem. I'm going to talk a little bit out of my legal lane here, but it's what I'm seeing going on. This administration is doing something about it, and I'll be blunt, that wasn't happening when this bill originally was discussed. That we had AMALA Part 1. We were sued. We were wrong. We conceded to the Hawaii Supreme Court that we did not handle it properly as a matter of law. We learned our lessons, and now we're moving forward to try to comply with what really should have been complied with in the past. So we're working on that. So what I see is an administration doing that. Now, as a lawyer, like I said before, they could do administrative rules, which would require public hearing, which would require folks to be able to come in and testify and give their mana'o on any policies and procedures that they put into place. or you can come up with a bill that Corporation Council will sign as to form and legality. That you folks are the policymakers, you'll make the decision whether you want to do that. Where it is right now, and Member Johnson knows that, and he's absolutely right, I've been gone for a couple weeks. We had a great starting meeting right before I left, and some of the service providers were present. Thought we got a lot done, but we need more time, in my humble opinion, to come up with something that our office can sign off on. We're interested in its form and legality. That's the lane that we're in. And that's what I can't do in the present moment with the state of this bill. And Member Johnson and I have already discussed that. But thank you for raising that. But let's remember how far back this conversation's been going.
Carla Peters, that's a long time ago.
Right.
Oh, it feels like it. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Second round.
I think Member Hodgins had a follow-up for Ms. Desjardins. If not, we can go to Member Polton for your second round.
I think I need some clarity. Some of the testifiers spoke about the Kahului Harbor cleanup, and I don't know if that was the county or if that was the state. It seems like it was the state. And if I could get clarity, if this law or ordinance or bill affects how the state does it, or it affects how things are done on private property, and if the ordinance affects how the state acts, has the state been brought into the conversation? And I believe the county can make laws on how the state does things, but I forget what the other conversation was about the state not doing something earlier this week or last week, but they weren't following something. So if a lawyer could clarify, because are we just talking about county direction on how county moves things out of public areas or on county property? Is the state's actions on state property impacted by this bill, and have they been brought into the conversation? Or does it also affect how things are moved off of private property? Like, I'm not clear on state, county, federal, private, and the interaction with this bill.
Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you, Chair. This bill covers county property, so the jurisdiction would not be on lands that are owned by the state. The harbor is owned by the state, and that is why the state of Hawaii is in charge of the cleanup procedures that take place in the harbors. So that was not the county. But I will add anecdotally that HTM, the vendor that the state uses for the storage of property, and I believe both DLNR and I think harbors, they are the ones who originally used HTM. And so HTM was the vendor who we used, the county, for both Wahikuli and Amala Place. However, now there is a vendor here on Maui who is interested in being able to assist and to provide this service on island.
So this legislation that we're looking at is only in regards to how the county will do a cleanup, but it has no effect on how the state will do a cleanup. It has no effect on how a private landowner will do a cleanup. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, I don't believe some of the testifiers were aware of that because they were talking about Kahului Harbor.
Yeah, and I heard that too, Member Paulton, and so I'm glad you clarified it, because I especially the one testifier I talked about what happened at the harbor, I was hoping it would be clarified that that was not something that the county was in charge of.
So we don't have any jurisdiction, or it's this bill, the way it's written, doesn't have jurisdiction?
I don't think we have jurisdiction to tell the state what to do on state property.
And we don't have the jurisdiction to tell a private landowner how they clean up their land either?
Not necessarily. I mean, when you look at the fire code, there's a lot of reference there to how private landowners are supposed to abate fire hazards, et cetera, on their own, on private property. But that's not the focus point of this bill, is not anything that has to do with private property.
So this bill is just about county property and the way county cleans up county property, and Amala Place was county property.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm clear on that portion of what's going on. Thank you.
Hello, Member Polton. I do see Member Kiani Rollins Fernandez, but I'm not sure if she's in the meeting for her opportunity. If not, we can return to Member U'u Hodgins, who had a follow-up for Ms. Desjardins.
Thank you, Chair. Is it okay if I leave off my camera because I'm driving?
Yes.
Okay, I'm in the car, obviously. I just said I'm driving. I have my minor son, and I will be picking up my daughter in a few. But my question was kind of answered by Deputy Corporation Counsel Desjardins for Member Sugimura's question. So she said she needs more time to work with Member Johnson to kind of, and they will. I'm wondering if you could maybe discuss your preferences and Corporation Counsel's preferences to separate storage from compassionate relocation, or can I get your thoughts on that and how we can maybe move forward with something that Corp Counsel will authorize?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me, Member U'u Hodgins?
I can. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this bill originally had to do with the storage of personal property from public places. And then I think one of the amendments that was made was that it would be amended to say, I think from encampments. So this, whatever is devised under this would apply clearly just to encampments. But the issue of private property stored in public places is broader than that. So for me, legally, it would be better to have one ordinance that we can turn to regardless of what our situation is. Now, there may be certain nuances regarding encampments that could be included if you were to codify the encampment intervention process. You could add more things, but the general notice, storage, inventorying of property, making sure folks are able to find out where their properties can be located, those types of things should be done, I think, on a broader basis countywide rather than just for encampments. I do want to also say that this bill originally excluded anything within a park, because parks already has processes in place like illegal camping, park hours, they close their properties. The intention originally under Bill 111 was to exclude parks. And one of the things that I mentioned to Member Johnson yesterday about his bill is that it's not so clear anymore that it should apply then to parks. And that's one of the things that he and I need to work on, because then you would have two ordinances that contradict each other in a sense. And so that would be confusing for me to try to interpret later when somebody calls and asks me my opinion.
Okay, thank you for that. I didn't know that this version of the bill made it unclear what I find curious then is how do we justify event permits that we require so many people to do to have functions on county property when we have something like this? Which I know is a different situation, but if we want equality and everybody must be treated the same, it's very difficult to tell the fair that they need to get a special permit. Very difficult to tell everybody else on county property they need to get special permits. So that's how I feel about the parks issue. We take a beat on this and we defer this item, and Member Johnson can continue to work with Corporation Council, and we can figure out how to make this a little bit more legal and workable for everybody on our end. I know Member Johnson put in a lot of time, but I don't think it's ready yet. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, mahalo, Member Hutchins, Member Sugimura.
Was that a motion? From what she was saying. You know, talking about time, so you heard Lisa Darcy saying, oh, she just heard about this. She needs more time to talk to her, you know, advocate for this. So I'm quite sure Lisa Darcy, who testified today, also asked for more time, that it kind of was surprise. It sounded like a surprise to her, which I was surprised because she seems pretty on it, but they might appreciate more time to look at this also. I agree. I agree with what Member Hodgins is saying. You know, let's take a pause and let Corp Council work with Member Johnson or whoever to get us a stronger bill. And probably the opening statement of Mr. Jackson saying the administration doesn't support the bill, that's almost like saying Corp Council didn't sign the bill. We shouldn't, you know, do it. So let's get everybody on the same page and make sure we're doing this right, because it's so important.
Okay, mahalo, Member Sugimura. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I guess for Noah, this might be a question you might be familiar with. On Palehu Road, in between like the new Kahalui Safeway and up to the dump, all along the side of the road, I've talked to security people and they call that Mad Max. When I drive by there, it's scary. I don't even want to, I mean, it's different. What I'm getting at, one of the things that disturbs me about this legislation in general, just this issue, is because my first 3 minutes was the compassion aspect. This 3 minutes is, we're putting an umbrella of, like, everybody deserves a break. When I go along there, I don't know, I mean, it's a different arena. So I'm just wondering, is there different complaints from there, Noah, or other places? Is there a difference in different areas? Some places there's families and whatnot. Some places it's more wrecked cars, it's drugs. I don't know. I'm just, in my outreach to security people talking about Kalama Park, this is where I'm learning some of the stuff.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember. We definitely receive complaints along that road, and we have been out there. I know Naomi's been out there, Cora's been out there. Those are the types of situations that border between, you know, a public safety issue and an actual public safety emergency. If there's people sprawling out into the roads, if there's people driving really fast by individuals. And so we're definitely, I mean, that's definitely one of the areas that we're keeping our eyes on. And it's the same thing. If we did have to go down and do an encampment removal down there, it would be the same process. We would send out outreach providers early. We would engage with individuals. We would literally knock on every tent in every car to let them know what's going on, and then provide.
Thanks for that feedback. So my hope is that because I really want to help the people that need the help. I really want to help the people that need the help. I'm going to use my other example, which is Kalama Park. We fortunately have security because of the Sunset Tunes. It's a different thing. The general public is really excited. A lot of people have told me this is great. The park feels much more friendly, safer. You know, they talked to 100 different people one night, the security guards, and getting people to leave. Unfortunately, there's no place for them to leave, but they tell them you can't stay here, and they leave the park. But when I drive by there, I see a variety of races and not Hawaiian, people that don't look like they're born here, don't look like they grew up here. I'm being judgmental. And I question the concept of like being judgmental and having expectations about people's behavior is unreasonable because someone's unhoused.
And may I add, Councilmember, you know, that's where some of the administrative flexibility comes in. We can see, you know, it's hard to see in writing, you know, oh, this is a tourist who just landed and wants to live in a van for 2 weeks versus this is an actually someone that's been experiencing homelessness for an extended period of time. You know, right now we would have to treat, under the bill, we would have to treat those individuals the same, whereas in practice, we don't treat those individuals the same. And so that is an issue that comes up.
So I guess my last, how does the state mental health, the state's responsible for mental health care, is that correct? Legally?
They have a Department of Health that handles that. I know you know, but our Human Concerns Office doesn't do that.
Yeah, so the county doesn't have a department that really deals medically with mental health issues. Is that correct? Okay, so that's just another facet. And so thanks for my time. I really want us to put the resources where they're needed, and I'd like to be practical and realistic about what components we're dealing with. The only thing that disturbs me about this issue in the different times is it's this blanket that I feel is covering up substance abuse, criminality, and other stuff, and really impacting negatively a large amount of people that really need help. So, thank you.
Honorable Member Cook, Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a lot to add because there was a lot said, so I'm going to read real quick. It costs $46,928 for the county to conduct a Waihi'kuli cleanup, according to the correspondence from the management in Granicus on November 29, 2024. You guys remember the cleanup? $46,000. Council added $200,000 for safe parking in 2022. That request for proposal was not executed well, and no bidders applied, and the project was not pursued under the Bisin-Tusako era. In 2023, after the mayor's election and campaign committed to safe parking, council moved that funding on the office of mayor. It was again not executed. And now we're still waiting for that project, right? All right, I'll go. All right, I'm just letting you know, we've been trying to put money. The council's strength is to fund these folks that are doing the work that you say that it's not in our purview, like the mental health things. So we fund them. But if the management, the administration doesn't spend that money, and I want to remind the members, all this week, we've been having administration come before, and many of us were not happy with some of the things that they were doing. I heard a lot of talk. We're very upset with the administration. And then here we are saying, we're giving you the money. It's not, you're not spending it. You're doing RFPs that are unexecutable. And meanwhile, folks are literally dying on the street. I mean, so then we go back into this idea of like, well, are we gonna do the administrative rules, or do we actually make a law that says you must, right? When I spoke with Mimi last night after, her coming back, she graciously met with me late in the evening. We talked about it. My initial plan was, okay, this bill is coming in unsigned, and I understand that some council members don't appreciate unsigned bills. So let's work on this bill. Again, I'm malleable. The Corporation Council is here. We can say, what is it that you don't like about Section X or Section Y? And Ms. Desjardins is a great lawyer. She would say, if you put it like this, then it's good. And then again, we had OCS at the table the whole time. They're lawyers as well. Mimi Desjardins is a lawyer for all of the county, not just the administration lawyer. She's our lawyer too, right? So I respect her opinion. I wanted her at the table. I'm willing to work with her even more. But I just want to say that this, we worked on the bill that's amended, number 38 in Granicus. So that was the one that had a lot of changes from the administration, from the nonprofits. And like I've been saying over and over, I've been trying to come together. We excluded that parks, because I know there was a question about the parks. Or we went back and forth on the exclusion of parks, I should say, because a nonprofit requested to include it. That was the Maui Rapid Response. Well, if the lawyers say you want to exclude it or say this ordinance does not supersede existing laws, hey, put that in. I'm okay with that. I'm trying to make this bill so that the lawyers will sign off on it, and we as a council can make the policy. Because in my mind, I haven't been seeing the results of the administration doing what, I mean, we get sued left and right, you know, and then you move them and they just go down the street and they get close to a school and everybody's heads explode, you know, all these things. So we have to do it the right way. And that, I mean, I don't know much more else I can do, members. I'm trying to work with everyone. If this is the case that you folks think there's more work to be done on it, then there is, okay? But understand that I've been working on this since previous administrations, you know, that I'm not just trying to cram something down half-baked, you know?
Mr. Jackson, you want to go ahead?
Thank you, Councilmember. I know you brought up the price of the Waikuli encampment removal, and I just wanted to give you updates on that for Amala and Ukamehameha. Amala costed us $15,000, and that was for all of HTM's work. And so we've been working hard at being more fiscally responsible with these operations. And that was, you know, they were supposed to be here for 2 days. It took them 1 day. And then at Ukamehameha, the property storage portion, the property storage and distribution and all that portion of that contract out there is $5,000. So we're doing $5,000, you know, to do all of the property engagement. It's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to remove the tens, if not hundreds of tons of trash and rubbish, debris, garbage that's out there. So we are working really hard on fiscal responsibility, and we're seeing a lot of results there.
I understand the Band-Aids that you're proposing, but the money for our shelter could have been helped so much more than paying off-island guys to clean. Because if they're in a shelter, you don't have to worry about that. You're actually, the whole point is expand the shelter, give them the services, give them that, the homes that they need, the place, wherever, just a place to lay their head, for goodness sakes. Then it actually becomes fiscally more responsible.
Mahalo, Vice Chair. I had a couple questions for Director Suhako. And just following up to Member Cook's point about having more mental health services. We did have the mayor come out to East Maui for his Holomua project, and a lot of people, that was the top of their concerns, is to bring more mental health services, particularly into the rural areas like Hana. And whenever we're visiting some of the other municipalities, we try to visit all of their homeless camps. Rapid City, because they don't have a large tax base, they couldn't take on more court cases, you know, if the police were going to be dealing with the homelessness. So what they did was they bought an old community college and they turned that into their care campus. When we were in Philadelphia, the mayor got another old building, and she built kind of like a care campus too, where people could come and receive some of those mental health services. So we see that in all the different counties across the county that are moving in that direction to deal with the mental health. So my question for Director Suhako, has the department been, beside the Haleakeola and some of these other, already established, are there any plans like this? And I understand, as Mr. Stitch said, he also talked about the safe parking, if you can speak to that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The safe parking project was procured properly. The two proposals were evaluated and scored competitively. The two bidders were asked for best and final offers, and subsequent to that, the review committee reevaluated the project based on updated data. An award was issued, and we're in the process of executing a contract for that project. The
When do you
additional funding
anticipate
received,
them coming online?
the last I checked, the contract was not yet drawn up yet. I haven't seen a draft of it. So what will happen is Corp Counsel will draft the contract, and the vendor will be given an opportunity to review it and make any comments or ask any questions. If they have none and they sign it, we can execute the contract, and then there'll be a start date determined by mutual agreement.
And
I'm
then-
hoping that it'll be by October 1st, sir.
As soon as October 1st. And members, if you allow me, the other question was, we did receive correspondence from Corporation Counsel that mentioned the contract with Eco Northwest. And in it, there was make mention of a strategic plan. And it looks like they encumbered the money. So is that part of the change in scope? Or can we expect a strategic plan? Or if the
Mr. Chair,
RFP has been completed already?
The contract was completed, Mr. Chair. I believe the response from the department was also that the vendor, after having had to postpone their field work for the original scope of that contract, were asked to address the needs of the substantial population of newly homeless people that were impacted by the fire, felt that they didn't have enough time. And then when they finally did come to the island to begin their field work, met with a variety of people, including agencies that are current contractors with the department. They met with department personnel from across the county, and they also met with folks who identified themselves as advocates. And after having several meetings with a combination of all that entire population who serve or have impact or influence with the houseless community, determined that there wasn't a level of consensus necessary to develop a strategic plan, and that with the time limits imposed on them for a final product, chose instead to characterize what their work product was as a report versus a strategic plan.
Okay, mahalo for that. I do see Member Paulton's hand up, and then I'll go to Member Rollins Fernandez for her opportunity.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. I'd like to follow up on that. So did they get paid for not delivering item number 7 pre and post adjustment, which said delivery of a strategic plan? The whole RFP said strategic plan. Who authorized them to get paid for not delivering the deliverable number 7, which was a strategic plan? That's like fraud.
Councilmember,
It's the money.
Councilmember, thank you for your question. I signed off on the payment request because I felt like that was what the vendor was able to do given the change in circumstances post-fire and what we asked them to address in terms of the survivors of the Lahaina and Kula fire who became without homes. We asked them specifically to address the needs of that population because at the time that change was made, it was
I
substantial.
got the answer. I have limited time. Sorry, don't mean to be rude. Is the managing director or deputy managing director on? Because where is the accountability for what is written? What is written was a strategic plan. A lot of the people out there that are homeless, that Mr. Cook is talking about, that others are talking about, were not fire affected. We had this problem before the fire. And where is the accountability for the contract and the deliverable number 7, which was a strategic plan? I mean, it's great that we're talking about feelings, but we have paperwork and contract for a reason, right? Is Ms. Wade or Mr. Nishita there? I did send an email that never got any response on this. I mean, we can write all the contracts we want and just have feelings about something else.
Council member, thank you. I don't think they're on right now. I think they had to run to meetings, but I can follow up with that question.
There needs to be accountability to the contract that was written and the deliverable that was pre and post. Ms. Murakami said that there's a procedure if you want to amend the scope after the RFP has been issued. The scope was amended. It still was a deliverable of a strategic plan, and what we got was a report. And I'd like to know, where's the accountability for what was written in writing? I mean, Kingdom Times, we used to be an oral society, but that changed to written and contracts. And so we're in the written and contract society where we deliver to the contract, not to oral feelings. So there needs to be some accountability.
Okay, mahalo, Member Paulton. And then for Member Rollins Fernandez, just to clarify, you're alone in your office or you have some minors from school?
Mahalo, Chair. My minor children have not returned home from school yet, but I am at my private residence, expecting them any minute, as well as my adult husband, McKenna Fernandez. Okay, and my sincere apologies. If I had an unscheduled, unplanned lunchtime meeting that went a lot longer than expected. So I wanted to follow up on Member Paulton's line of questions for whoever can answer. And, you know, it is of grave concern because what we represent the community, and the community, you know, recommended a strategic plan so that we have some kind of coordinated, you know, steps for addressing the situation that we're trying to address today. And so with that, with what we ended up getting, which is not a strategic plan, it's a report, we're left without a plan still, and everything takes years. It takes a lot of time, right? So we got to put money into the budget, then we got to RFP out, you know, put an RFP out, request for proposals, and then we contract the work unless, you know, we're going to do a grant or something. And then all of that takes time to execute the contract. And then, you know, and then the work itself takes at least a year. So, you know, here we are without a strategic plan. What's the administration's plan, you know, to do without having a strategic plan?
Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, council member. And regarding the plan, I know the first step is establishing these guidelines, and that's what we've been focusing on in large part from a county-wide perspective, is if we do have to remove individuals, let's make sure that we do it in a way that cares for each individual. So that's been a big part of it. I know looking at additional shelter options is a second critical piece to that, and that's something that we're actively doing. I know safe parking was a piece of that, which you've already heard about from Director Suhaku. So there's a number of things going on that fold into the plan in a larger picture.
All right, mahalo for that response. And then I'm sorry if this was asked earlier and I wasn't here, but it sounds like there isn't, there aren't the votes to move the bill forward out of committee today. And in lieu of that is the guidelines that's attached to the correspondence, the draft guidance on the removal of encampments and storage of personal property. Is that, has that been finalized, or is it going to be finalized while the bill continues to be worked on? And is that what's going to be, what guides the admin?
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, it's never going to be a final document because we learn things every month, every week to improve the process. And so that, on one hand, that's where we're at. We welcome your guys' feedback. If you guys do want to have conversations about it, we'd be happy to answer questions about it here. But yes, as far as we do want to get to a place in the next few months where we can take the draft off of the front page and it be the county's guidance.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up. So while I know that it is a evolving document, you do plan to finalize it in before the end of this year. And I did hear the timer. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, and I can follow up. We haven't set a deadline per se, but that's something that I'll have to talk to the team, and we can get back to you on, what the date is that we're setting to make sure we finalize by.
Okay, mahalo, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, next we have members Pro Tem Kama, followed by Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a question, I think, for the administration. What is the total number of unhoused? What's the population of our unhoused?
Council member, thank you for the question. I know the last point in time count that we had, there was a little under 300 unsheltered homeless individuals. And I think there was around 1,000 total, but a lot of those were sheltered. Director Suhaku may have the numbers in front of her.
Director Suhaku? Is that about right?
Good afternoon, Member Kama. Thank you for your question. I don't have the exact numbers. We would need to reference the 2024 point in time count, which is the last time that HUD compiled those numbers for us.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I don't have that handy.
Okay. But I would assume would be similar to what Mr. Jackson had expressed. But so my understanding is when we're taking care or trying to do housing for the unhoused, that we have to change their behavior. So what is the administration doing in terms of changing the behavior of people so that they'll want to come in and receive services and or housing?
Thank you, Member Kama. I think the primary strategy for encouraging behavior change in people is by the offer of those services. I think Councilmember Johnson has done a good job throughout today's hearing of listing all of the agencies that work together, such as Aloha House, to offer substance abuse intervention, women helping women to help with domestic violence situations, Family Life Center that does that does outreach along with Salvation Army and Mental Health Kokua. So it's the offer of service. We cannot mandate service unless courts find someone is a danger to themselves or others.
Right.
So there is no way to force someone to change their behavior.
I know that there's no way to force them, but there should be a way how to encourage them to do that. But that's what I thought, that if you want to change the unhousing situation, you have to change the way they think. And helping them to understand that is what is needed. Oh, I heard the bell. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo Pro Tem Kama. Next.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Director.
Sorry for interrupting you. I just want to do a follow-up response to Member Kama. So, Member Kama, I do agree with you. And as I said just a second ago, the offer of services and access to services is an important component of the systemic approach to helping people not be in unsheltered conditions any longer. So the funding from the department, the funding from state agencies, which provides a more robust system of care that allows for more entry points for people regardless of where they are, I think helps to encourage more people to utilize the service and to, to do it without coercion. Always works better that way, right? Thank you.
Mahalo, Director. Next, we have Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I too am concerned about what Pro Tem Kama brought up, and change in behavior is a very important aspect in changing someone's life. And, I know we spend an awful lot of time and resources on how and where to store things, which is very important to people, their personal belongings. But I think I see where Pro Tem Kama is, what she's talking about is the overarching problem is people are not getting the services they need in terms of mental health, physical health, medical help. And maybe as we revisit this ordinance and look at it maybe a little bit differently and more holistically, like I'll give you an example. As you folks know, we help prisoners reintegrating into the community. And we have this ongoing problem of recidivism. And it's so discouraging to us because we try everything. However, I have this theory, and then I'd like to do this when I leave the council, is to find ways to incentivize the prisoners, because you have to understand, when they come out of jail, they're non-competitive. They're either too old or unskilled to compete for good jobs. And so what we are planning to do is help them get a basic job, but provide them opportunities to augment the salaries or the compensation that they receive, and to help them with literacy, financial literacy programs, so that they will be able to save and invest in their future. And then it'll be my job to help them find long-term housing. But we're going to change our philosophy, because we're thinking, if you look at the person who is houseless, Well, first of all, there are subsets. You have those truly in transition, and they just need a leg up temporarily until they get their new job or the new house. Okay, those folks are fairly easy to help. Then you have those with the mental and substance abuse problems and the drug problems, and at varying degrees. And so the people that we're helping, the prisoners, generally have had problems with alcohol or substance abuse. But the point is, they need that special help with the mental assistance and physical assistance, but they also need something that society is not giving them, and that is motivation and a path forward to self-esteem. And the only way you can get there is to make them whole again and to be competitive. So this is the challenge I'm going to be taking on when I leave this place. But I really think that when we look at issues like this before us, it's fine, let's fix the issue with storage. But that's not their only issue. They have many more issues, you know? And if we don't get to the heart of those issues, we'll never help them the way they need help. I just needed to say that. Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair Lee. Looks like you have much more work in store for you.
Lots of work.
Okay. Next, I see Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I hope I'm not taking you out of order. But mahalo for additional opportunity to ask questions. I just wanted to, remind us and caution us to not frame things as like individual failings. That a lot of the problems are systemic failures. It's systemic, and it's the system that has failed our people, and that we have to fix the systems that are failing our people. But I wanted to call on Director Molito to hear mana'o from Department of OEV Resources. Aloha, Director. Mahalo for joining.
Can you folks hear me okay? Okay, ka'i. Mahalo nui for allowing me to just be on. Been listening all day in regards to this particular important subject matter. And I wanted just to offer the thought process that would come from an OEV lens on how we care for our po'e kanaka in Hawaii. And the lens that I'm speaking from is one that, continues to come up about Aina, about how our connectivity to Aina allows us to be able to thrive as a entire group of people. And so when we're looking at this particular issue, and I'm not taking the storage issue at all, I'm talking about our po'e that are not able to, feel like they have a home. And so coming across from an indigenous point of view on how we look at kauhale, I know one of the words that were asked about changing out the language in between what pu'uhonua is and what a kauhale is. And the reason why I changed it from that thought process of a pu'uhonua, it's as if somebody's running to a space to find sanctuary, and taking themselves out of the conditions of the law, and lets them be a part of that. Within the kauhale structure of the system, it's different, right? There's a structure to it, and there's kuleana that are associated to it. And one of the biggest kuleana that are associated to that is how we aloha and malama aina. And obviously these particular conversations are part of the overall conversation about aloha and malama aina concepts. If we can get to the point where kauhale kinds of structures are implemented in in the value system of whatever program is instituted, then I think hopefully the Aloha and Malama Aina aspect will be one that is further reaching and how we care for our Aina moving forward. I just wanted to bring that to the subject matter, and if anybody would like more opportunity to discuss, we're more than happy to share.
Mahalo, Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Hello, Member Rollins Fernandez. I did want to circle back with Member Hodgins. If any of our discussions has prompted more questions from her. If not, we
Hi,
can.
Chair. I do have more questions. But really the biggest question I have is what I said earlier is separating the storage and creating a separate ordinance for the storage, which again, I'm working with Corp Counsel on, and then have some nuance related to storage of personal property related to encampments. And I think Member Johnson would prefer if we go through his bill. However, we did that the last time. And I think we did that the time before that as well, which is why you had a presentation this morning on revisits. And he made some other changes, kind of some reverting back. But I think if we were to separate the storage of personal property on county lands and create some nuance, that might be better if he works directly with Corp Counsel. And then we can see that large change and come back and kind of discuss some of the nuances related to what Corp Counsel will need to be able to sign off. I know he changed language from, I think in committee last, we discussed 5 tents related to an encampment and it went back to 1. I saw some changes related to outreach providers and a list and requiring the county to contact all outreach providers, ones that I think might be impractical to do. So we can go back and forth. But 1, we already did that. And 2, I think you should work with Corp Counsel. I know we probably disagreed on something Corp Counsel did earlier, but that's not a blanket disagreement for all the things this week. I want to make clear that I really do think this administration has been trying their best. Sure, nothing's perfect, and we can probably improve, and they have been improving, but they've been trying their best. And I know we heard from a subset of our community today, but I implore you to read the comments online today for eComment. eComment is something totally unrelated. And you'll hear a huge part of my community expressing a lot of their concern. And we see a lot of concern. Earlier today, there was another fire at the LDS church that could be potentially threatening a school. And I understand everything related to this is serious. I don't disagree that there's systemic issues. There's a whole bunch of things that need to be fixed, of which we're not going to do today in this bill. I recognize that. And we all need love and we all need compassion. But I think those 2 things are separate. Storage and storage related to encampments and how we manage encampments as a whole. So I would prefer, Chair, if you need me to make a motion to defer this item and have Member Johnson continue to work with Corp Counsel. And then we can revisit this when they feel like they have a bill that they can sign off on.
Thank you for that offer. Let me check in with Vice Chair Johnson first, and then I can refer back to you, Member Hutchins.
I can read the tea leaves. And I know pedestrian safety is low in our county, but I do feel like I got thrown under the bus today. We could have worked with Corporation Counsel today and knocked this out and made it legal. I've seen it done in the past. This meeting was all day. There was time, but instead we chose a different route. A lot of this talk of changing the unhoused behavior, well, we're legislators and we can change administration's behavior through laws. And I don't think that is a fair assessment to say it's the people's fault. I think the idea that, you know, I'm always willing to work with somebody. If I go back with Ms. Desjardins and we work on a bill that's legally sound, that, okay, fine. But I tried to advise a different route and it didn't seem to go that way. So I'm not going to give up on this, you know. I'm going to keep trying. So I'll work with the administration to, you know, make this legally sound and come up with something else.
Mahalo, Vice Chair Johnson, and yes, we know that you've been working really hard on this. If we can get some input from some of the other members, Member Cook and Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I hope that I encourage my council member not to be overly discouraged. What I'm looking at is from the director, from the administration, they have a list of things that I think are acknowledging that's on the table that you're bringing and making commitments and timelines. And there again, it isn't solving everything, but I think this is giving us something to hold them accountable to. That's a measuring stick. The legislation that you're proposing, the actions that they're working on, they're moving forward with this. I look forward to working with you to get areas in each one of our districts, you know, safe zones, there's property for sale. So I think that this is, I'm hoping we look at this as a launching pad that we collectively can push to get properties in our districts, that we can get the safe parking and to get these things done. That won't solve all the problems, but I think it's foundationally part of the solution. And like you commented earlier, put your money where your mouth is, put the actions where the intent is. So I personally want you to feel supported and not thrown under the bus. That's not how I feel at all. I know it's disappointing not to get this through like this. Part of my hesitancy, and don't take too much offense, administration, I don't see when we try and get them to do something that it necessarily is effective. We're pushing on a lever, it's not necessarily moving. We're pushing a button, it's not actually working. And so that's why I'm kind of like lovingly, backhandingly going like, okay, this is what you're gonna do? See where I'm coming from? So I just want you to recognize, I want to recognize that you are the champion of this and you've been doing a great job over the time. Personally, I hope you don't feel disappointed from this doesn't pass today. It's not a waste of time. It's a very important discussion and you're respected for it.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook. The only thing I would add is that the administration's rules don't say the most important thing is you can't move them unless you offer a space. They can just go ahead and move them. So that was the thing we could all have discussed today, but I can read the tea leaves. Thank you.
If I may, the fact that we don't have that kind of solidifies the fact that you can't move anybody until we do, and that could be 4 months, 6 months, or a year. The fact that we are putting that on the table as a requirement and a necessity is there again, pushing them forward to basically do it. This is not the only time it's going to come up. I'm saying that that is something we currently don't have. So it's basically in codifying, okay, you can stay on the street until we have that. And I'm going like, no, you guys make this happen sooner than later because this is something that we want and it's required, but we can't make them do it if we don't have it. Does that make sense? I'm supportive of it. It's just we don't have it yet. We got to do it. We got to do it sooner than later.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, council member. And that's actually, I'm glad that you guys raised that today. I don't think that was an oversight in the guidance, and that's something I want to go back to and revisit so that we make sure we write that in because, as I said earlier, we are not moving people unless there's shelter space that we can offer them. And so that, that's something I'd want to work on. And I know you don't like our guidance, but I do want you to know you've had a huge hand in shaping the way that we engage with individuals in these situations. So, and I know that managing director sees that as well. You've shaped in a lot of ways the way that we handle these. So.
I've worked with, I don't think administration can say that any other council member has worked as closely as I have with this administration on any bills. Most time we're just writing bills and say, deal with it. And now I worked with you guys for so long, and at the very final moment, you say, yeah, we don't support the bill. It's very frustrating, so it's kind of a waste of time, and I apologize, Chair, for that.
Yep. Next, we have Member Paulton, followed by Chair Lee. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I do agree with Mr. Cook about is like trying to force the administration to do something is a sure way that it'll backfire. But couple of things that I wanted to address while we still have time, because we have time till 4:30 at least, was the first one. There's two in this go around that I'd hope to address. The first one is that issue that Ms. Kawa'akua brought up. Like if we are holding their things for 30 days, we know that they're in this situation because they are unhoused and we're holding their things for 30 days. One-time retrieval, like what is that about, Like if they need to get a couple things and they're within their 30 days, why does it have to be one-time retrieval? That's the first thing. Like, can we adjust that? Because, we already know they're in a difficult situation. And they have 30 days, at least, minimum. So that's one issue, if that can be worked on from the administration or Corp Council side. And then the other issue, I do hear Mr. Jackson saying that we're not going to move people if we don't have spaces for them to go to. And then I did see in Member Johnson's bill spaces that they can accept. And I'm not saying like, oh, they need to have a single family home with a white picket fence or anything like that. But the biggest issues I think that we hear are pretty consistent. Reasonable amount of pets, not like 15 dogs or anything, but like I have a dog and a foster dog that I'm trying to get rid of. If anyone wants like this yappy chihuahua kind of thing, let me know. But reasonable amount of pets, stay together with their family. So I don't think that is like unreasonable to ask to be able to stay with their family and stay with their reasonable amount of pets that don't bite others. And this goes back to the strategic plan. Our whole Kahaleakeola in West Maui got burnt down. So like, are we thinking of this when we rebuild? Is there gonna be an area for people who have pets? Is there gonna be enough space for people to stay together with their significant other? I don't know if congregate space is allowing for people to stay with their significant other, like, and what kind of privacy there is. But either Mr. Jackson or Ms. Desjardins or whoever, if those were my issue questions.
Yeah, thank you, council member.
Oh, and ADA too. Like, I think they said, like, maybe not ADA, but the kupuna that was supposed to sleep on the top bunk. Like, can accommodations be made? Like, you take the top bunk and put it down because they're a kupuna or something?
Thank you, council member. To your first question, just to give you guys a little bit of insight into the operational aspect of the property storage, When HTM stores property, they basically bundle people's property together in one bundle. It's wrapped in shrink wrap so that it's not mixed up with anyone else's property. So practically, it doesn't work for, and this would take, additional work if we wanted to look at it, but it doesn't work for someone to come, tear the shrink wrap off of all of their stuff and grab one item out of that and then, come back the next day for the next thing. It's all packaged together. So, and it takes significant staff time to get these individuals things. And so that's why the decision was made on that front. And to the second point, I know Director Suhaku could probably speak to this, but she's been working really hard with our shelter providers to add more flexibility. One thing we've heard over the last year is the outcry about, oh, well, I have pets or this or that. And so we've actually worked with our shelter providers to be flexible. And we've seen that play out in both Ukamehame and Amala is trying to encourage people, no, you can take your pets. And we actually had Humane Society out on site at Ukamehame offering to get, vaccinations. And then, services were refused. And so we called and we said, hey, you still could come and we'll give you a grace period to figure out everything with your dogs. And so I do want the council to know that Director Suhaku has been working with our providers to make sure there's flexibility so that when people do enter shelter, we're not just turning them away for all of this list of concerns.
And to clarify, when you talk about vaccinations, that's for the dogs, for like parvo or something?
Yes. I don't know what types of vaccinations, but the vaccinations are for the dogs.
Okay. And then, are you aware if congregate space, if they're allowed to stay with their families? Like,
I'll defer that question to Director Suhaku if she's still on.
The shelter works very hard to not put couples or families into congregate spaces. So what they will do is they will prioritize families or couples for actual units versus leaving them in congregate spaces, which are usually set aside for single adults.
and congregate spaces, single adults would be all single males and then all single females in separate areas.
That's correct.
And then when we get the daily shelter report, there's how many congregate spaces, how many studios, how many bedrooms. But then Mr. Jackson was saying about surge shelter. And we have zero information about what that is. So can somebody explain to us what surge shelter is? Is it all congregate space? Is it studios? Is it bedrooms?
Member Paulton, the surge, the extra bed space that's made available upon request is in a congregate area of the shelter. So they would use the congregate space, set up cots as sort of like an emergency housing situation for people when needed. And then once somebody comes in and the intake is completed, and if the participant chooses to remain in the shelter, they could be transitioned to the normal congregate dorm space, or if, for example, other family members come in and they find out it's a household of 4, then a unit would be prioritized for that grouping, that household as they identify themselves.
So then to clarify, the surge space would not allow pets, would not allow families, or if it's congregate space, there's 2 surge spaces, one for females, one for males.
The shelter has found a way to create some spaces to separate the females and the males in that congregate area. I don't believe they've had any families come in under those circumstances, so there hasn't been a need to house minor children. We would probably try to find some accommodation for them other than the congregate space. Animals were allowed to come into the shelter with the expectation that the owner of the animal would be in that congregate space. Susadeki has been extremely, and her staff actually have been extremely cooperative in trying to find solutions that would work, that would encourage people to actually go into the shelter and utilize that service. So they have made accommodations for animals as well, as you described earlier in your question.
So, it's separate congregate spaces, females, males, pets, reasonable is allowed, but couples are not allowed to be together in the surge shelter.
Yes, they made a distinction between the men and the women in that extra congregate space. But as I said, if they have a couple who is admitted into the shelter, in all likelihood, they would find a unit for them so that they could be together. And that is the most logical and probably the most acceptable sort of placement for that couple to be in. So the shelter would try to accommodate, and they have a little bit of movement within their total facility to try and do that. And they've tried really hard to accommodate everybody who's asked for shelter services.
How far out are we from rebuilding West Maui Kahaleakeola?
I don't know. I believe the agency is still working on an RFP for a consultant to help them with the rebuild. I know that our Office on Recovery has been working with them, and that was one of the projects that was a very high priority for rebuild. I don't know the timeline, though. I don't know the timeline.
Do we know the size and the specs, like how many rooms and like that? Bedrooms, studios, congregate space?
I think the initial guidance to Kahaleakeola was to try and rebuild exactly as it was, but I certainly have been, and I know other people in the administration have spoken with them about trying to increase the density, use the same footprint, but maybe build another level to increase the amount of units that are available, and to really prioritize the creation of more affordable housing units for rental versus exponentially increasing the shelter capacity, because housing, rental housing would be preferable over additional shelter beds.
Rental housing run by Kahaleakeola, you mean?
Yeah, I believe it would be under the auspices of Halemakana o Waine'e, or I think the property would be a Halemakana property, but it would be operated by Kahaleakeola.
Because we had that before, rental shelter spaces.
Yeah, so the units on the property, some of them were used as shelter spaces, and some were more permanent affordable housing. And so if the rebuild were to occur with more units, then the discussion would be about how many would be dedicated for the sheltering service versus how many would be dedicated for the more permanent affordable housing.
Okay, I heard the bell. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, mahalo. My apologies, members. We've gone past our mid-afternoon meeting, so I've been a request to take a 10-minute bio break. And so we'll come back at 3:23. The special WASSP committee meeting of Thursday, September 4th is now in recess. Aloha and welcome back to the special WASSP committee meeting of September 4th, Thursday. It is now 3:28. I'll jump to Chair Lee first for her questions.
Actually, I don't have any more questions. I'm ready to follow your deferral.
Okay. Vice Chair Johnson?
Chair, I move to defer Bill 111.
We had one more question from Member Polton.
Sorry, if this is our opportunity to learn as much as we can about this and make informed decisions in the future, I did have a few more questions. I did have an opportunity to read over Mr. Jackson's correspondence, and I wanted to clarify, the 2 to 90 days portion of his letter, like, large rubbish situations, like at mile marker 13.5 or whatever, when you know that it's gonna take more than 2 days to clean up all that and the coordination involved, what is the problem with earlier notification? Like, this area is a problem. It's an environmental hazard. It's a fire hazard. It's a human health hazard. We're gonna start discussions about cleaning it up. What is the problem with earlier notification or notification as soon as you start to work to address a problem like that? Like, if somebody moves in an area and you want to give them 2 days, like, hey, you can't stay here 2 days, that's understandable. They just moved into an area. But like areas that have been issues for years, and it's gonna take significant coordination. What is wrong with notifying them as soon as you know that you're going to start taking actions?
Thank you, Council Member. And I think you hit it on the head. That's exactly what we do. So for example, if someone just pops a tent up on the side of the road and we know it's fresh, we don't want to give them, 15 days. But on the other hand, at Ukamehame, we gave 22 days, I think it was, because, that people have lived there for a longer period of time. So every situation is different, and that's why you'll see the ranges in our guidance vary so much. And one of the restrictions of codifying this is it can't take into account.
I don't want to take everybody's time so long, but I guess, 22 days, knowing that people have lived there for years, and I think in Member Johnson's bill, it was requesting 45 days. Did it only take you 22 days to put together all the resources and get the contracts, or did it take longer than that?
That's a great question, and it took longer than that, but we actually were out there before the official notice was served. So that is also a general practice. Either CORE will be out there, Naomi, and different service providers saying, hey, we're going to have to start moving this area soon. But it's what is also hard is to, tell someone a certain time and then that information changes 25 times because these people are trying to plan their lives. And so we don't want to say one thing before we actually are certain about what we're doing. And so there still is some need for adjustment, but it's a fine line between, changing our date 25 times and giving people advance notice that something is coming.
Yeah, I think, if what we're working on is codification or your written policy procedures, I see areas where that can be tightened up, because you folks probably know what you're exactly doing and what you mean by things, but it's not super clear in your letter. I don't know if you just wrote it in the middle of the night and that's why. But if we can, I guess maybe if it's not legislative action and Chair Sinensi continues to work off your administration policy on dealing with this, I think we can hone it in better. like, you said, if somebody pops up a tent, we don't want to give them 15 days or whatever. We want to ask them to, like, hey, you can't stay here. If all of that can be better clarified, even the point of giving people shelter options and so on and so forth, I think that would be helpful. And I don't know if we're not working on legislation, if other members would feel more comfortable in working off your policy situation or this document that you sent to us. And my other questions, I guess, I do see, I don't know if it's Sergeant Pantanilla or Captain Medeiros on, but my other question was on county property where there is encampment, and I'm not saying that it's the unsheltered that are doing these things, but there is widespread knowledge of, say, chop shop activity going on or drug dealing going on, and I was wondering how the police separates the enforcement of illegal things that hurt our community from their core unit. Like, I support the police going out and assisting through critical outreach and response through education, but if there is drug dealing going on county property, if there is chop shop activity going on county property, is it different folks going to address that than the core people, or is it not being addressed? Like, that's a question, because I mean, there's being unsheltered and having no other situation, and then there's illegal activities that harm our community, and those are two separate things, but it needs to be addressed.
Hi, Councilmember Fulton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Sergeant Pantanella. Hi, yeah, CORE is trying to address both. The recent one that I can kind of talk about is the one that is at Maui Lani right now, near the school. A lot of those that are there had been removed at one point, and this is prior to Amala. After Amala, certain people have brought them back there. And I'm not saying good or bad or anything like that, but it's actually I am. It's more towards bad right now, because we're having, there's been at least 4 or 5 stolen vehicles that we just got within that time frame. Right now, there is a small fire going on. There's been 7 to 8 fires. And again, we're not pointing fingers at who is actually starting it, but a majority of it is in the middle of the area that people are residing in. So we are addressing both. CORE is going out with Naomi to at least offer those services, but when we do run the vehicles, we do make sure those are not stolen. We do mark if they're derelict, they do need to be removed from that area, because sometimes they can pose as a hazard in other ways, right? So as long as no one's inhabiting it, we are removing those derelict vehicles. So we're kind of doing those things on the site, as well as waiting for the time when we can work with the advocates to see what is the best timing for those individuals to find another placement and make sure that they have housing prior to the actual removal date. So we're trying to do both on both ends, if that answers your question.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the Maui Lani location. That is county property as well?
Yes, it's about, and don't quote me on this number, it's about 277 acres. And it's behind Pomaikai School, but also where the Mormon church is at that corner. And then there's an empty lot. It starts off with, right after the empty lot is actually county property. And it goes all the way to Waiko. It's a big parcel, has a lot of vegetation, dry vegetation, but it doesn't, as far as violations for fire, I guess it just meets that code where it's not a fire hazard or violation yet, because the grass has not grown high enough for the shrubbery. But we have been having reports of small fires that the fire department have been having to come and put out those fires.
And So on all the county properties where you do your core outreach, every time you go on your core outreach, you check for stolen vehicles?
We try to do that, yeah, on county property. We want to make sure because a lot of times they'll, people in the area where it's people that reside there, meaning those who are sheltered, they'll say, I see several vehicles in the bush area there. We check it out, we run it, make sure it's not stolen. If it's not, then we see whose it actually is. If it becomes notice of transfer pending or master not found, and no one is actually utilizing that for something, we then call DEM and get it towed out of there.
And
if it's county, yes, if it's county.
Thank you. And then like any illegal drug activity, if the core folks are the same folks that enforce on illegalities, is it does that complicate your outreach aspect?
Well, most of what starts it off is the complaints that come into either the mayor's office or our office from the community, emails, whatever it may be, just concerns of, can you please check out this area, right? So we go out and check out the area. If it's something where it's more related to a vice operation, we will pass it on. But we do make that first contact and make sure, especially if there's unsheltered, we want to make sure that we have Naomi get out there with us and offer those services so we can kind of start that process.
Do you feel that the MPD has been significantly consulted when a cleanup is going on or in the creation of these policies and this legislation?
Yeah, how I was informed was, of course, now that we work closely with Naomi, we work with Mimi, Noah, and we have this task force that we created. It's been a lot better, as far as the coordination of that. So we've been notified of anything that is upcoming.
And is your feedback taken into consideration in your opinion?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I think Member Rollins Fernandez might have some questions. Sorry. Thank you. I didn't want to monopolize.
Mahalo, Member Paulten. Members, any other questions before I defer to Vice Chair Johnson for his motion? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I was just going to ask a clarifying question to Officer Pontanilla about the location that she was describing. If that was the Waiale Cultural Preserve area that the county acquired a couple of years ago.
I'm not certain. I actually have two of my officers working in that area, Officer Waiohu and Officer Masuda. So they're more privy to what exact area. I've been there. I don't know how it was, how you guys purchased it. What happened, this is post-fire actually. It was another department in county had reached out to us saying that there were individuals in that area and they were concerned with fire. However, there is noted that there is bones out there and those things. So more of a concern why we shouldn't have people stay back there because of that as well. Okay. I can get you the tax map key if that helps.
Okay. You just said above Pomeikai and that says like the sports complex area, yeah?
Yeah, right above that, actually the Mormon church. And then there's that gap in between, that's private. And then you go a little further out where the Kiavis start, that would be county already.
Okay. All right. Mahalo for that clarification. Appreciate it. Mahalo, Chair.
Mr. Jackson.
Oh, and then.
Oh,
sorry. And then in closing, is there going to be do we have an idea of what the next steps will be?
Vice Chair Johnson.
Chair, yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I plan to work with Ms. Desjardins to come up with a bill that they would sign. And whether we go forward through this committee or my own committee, I haven't determined that yet. I know schedule is tough, so really just not giving up, just going to come back with a signed bill. Thank you.
Okay, and then from Mr. Jackson, as far as if you'd be able to commit to finalizing that guidelines, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. That's what I'm going to take back to my team about timeline on that. I do want to just say thank you to Jan and Joy and the core team. They've been incredible, the way that they work with individuals compassionately and just the intention, even like on Amala, making sure that we had officers who spoke different languages, spoke Hawaiian, had male and female officers, had CIT trained officers everywhere. The intention that Jan and Joy put into what they do is incredible. So thank you guys. You don't get enough praise, I think.
Mahalo for that. I find it's really helpful for me to set dates for myself so that it's not just, time can get away from you very quickly. But gets away from me very quickly, at least. And so, like at least like a ballpark, like a month maybe, if you can commit to completing that, like in November or something, like, are you able to give a month?
How about this? We'll shoot for before the end of the year, and if you haven't heard anything by December, please reach out to us and feel free to reach out before, but we'll go from there.
Okay. I'm sure Member Johnson will contact you before that. Yeah, okay. Mahalo, Mr. Jackson. Mahalo, Chair. I see Member Polton's hand up.
Member Polton?
If I could follow up on what Member Rollins Fernandez was saying, to me, it would be beneficial if Chair Senency would bring me back before the finalization, official finalization of living document, because I quickly reviewed it during lunch, but like I was saying, like the various situations, and it says like, you didn't want to codify it because each situation can be unique, but like 2 to 90 days for whatever the thing is way too broad for me. Like if we could clarify like the situations, like a small tiny thing just pops up immediately. How many days? Long entrenched camp, and it wasn't. I didn't notice in your document that you said like we went out earlier and verbally said things or whatever as soon as we knew that we were gonna do stuff, but we didn't want to, give wrong information. Just the idea of like, we're planning to clean things up. We don't have the specific time frame, but that's why we'd like to help to get you into a more stable setting or something like that. And if, like Member Johnson, who's worked with outreach advocates, says minimum 45 days, and it takes more than 45 days to get all the resources in alignment, then why wouldn't you give 45 days in that kind of situation? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it takes more than 45 days to get the resources together, I don't see why it would be a problem to say we'll give 45 days. And I think, regardless of if this is a bill or administrative policy or not, I think those kind of things, it would be helpful, that we can agree on. If we know it takes more than 45 days to plan something, and Member Johnson, who's done the outreach with the group, says we need a minimum of 45 days, I don't see where the problem is. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, council member. Yeah, and I could have Director Suhaku chime in here too, but there's pros and cons to just generally telling people, hey, one day in the future, you're gonna have to move, just because that's very nebulous as well. So those are the types of things that we take into consideration when we're, determining when and how to communicate with individuals. There's a lot of sensitivity there. But I hear you, council member, as far as, and I think, we're in agreement. When we know in advance, let's communicate in advance about these actions. And that can be expressed too.
I mean, yeah, not just communicate if the specific ask is 45 days and we know it's gonna take 45 days to get our resources at least together, then why not hit that 45 days, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm not saying in the future we're gonna do stuff, but if there's active plans and the planning stages takes at least 45 days, because I don't know where, it sounds like maybe Maui is the next trouble spot. And maybe we're seeing right now, there's multiple fires, there's a church, there's an elementary school, not necessarily managing director's office or the police, but it's kind of like the writing is on the wall there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I appreciate that, council member.
Okay, thanks. I see Member Johnson's hand up.
Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't mean to, I have to leave soon, so you guys can defer the bill. You don't need me. I'm not voting on it. But I don't want to snub the conversation. It's a valid conversation. But I just will say that we are the policymakers, and giving the policy decisions to this administration is, I haven't seen the results. So that's why I did the bill. And I'm sorry I have to leave right now, but I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you, Chair.
Mahalo, Vice Chair. Is there any other questions, members, for our resource before we defer this item? Any objections to deferring this item? Okay, thank you, members. Staff, is there any other business before us today?
No, that's it, Chair.
Okay, thank you, staff. Thank you, members, for this discussion. Also, mahalo to all of our resources that have stayed online and have showed up today and stayed on with us all day through testimony. Mahalo to the testifiers that came. Your voice was heard very loudly, and so we appreciate this, and stay tuned for the next episode. With that, members, the special WASSP committee meeting of Thursday, September 4th, is now adjourned. It is now 3:51. Thank you, members.